What's up, everybody? This is Jason, and you're listening to the Unsung Podcast. What you're about to hear is the 11th and final part of American Guerrillas, my series covering Bleeding Kansas and the Kansas-Missouri border war. If you're just finding me now and this is your first episode you hit play on, I do highly recommend you go back and listen to the previous parts in the series first. This episode is a little bit of an epilogue to the series. It covers things that are usually talked about more as part of America's Wild West mythos than the Civil War story. But they have everything to do with the Civil War, especially the Missouri Guerrilla War, and I really don't think you can come to a proper understanding of them without having some idea of what the Guerrilla War and the men who fought it were like. So this being the culmination of the series, I'm not going to do an outro to this one. I'll just leave you with the music at the end. And because of that, we have a few things to talk about before we get started. First of all, have you ever been listening to this show and thought to yourself, you know what? I really like this guy's voice. He really has a great voice, but the stuff he says is really kind of stupid. You know what would be great is if I could listen to his voice while he's speaking somebody else's words that are less stupid. Well, if you ever thought that, you're in luck, because my next immediate project upon completion of this series is to record an audiobook. The book is called Medicine Woman. It's a fast-paced, gritty, pulp western adventure novel. I've read it already in print form, and I definitely recommend it. If you like Louis L'Amour, or really anything to do with mountain men, Indians, and the Old West in general, I think you'll love this. The author is a friend of mine, Frank Kidd. He has a Substack of his own that I'll link in the show notes, where he writes short stories in a variety of genres, as well as essays and reviews and such, and also co-hosts the Frank and Brady Show, which I was on as a guest a couple months ago to talk about the outlaw Josie Wales. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, then go give Frank a follow. We don't have a release date yet for the audiobook, but the book's already written. All I have to do is record it, so it should come out fairly soon. When it comes out, I will release a little update mini episode here on this feed with a link to the book on Audible. So if you're subscribed to this feed on any podcasting platform, you'll be notified. Like I said, I really enjoyed the book a lot, and I'm excited to bring it to life in audio form. Next, this is the last episode of American Guerrillas, but the Unsung Podcast is not going away. As soon as I release this, I'm going to go right back to work on a brand new series that'll probably end up being just as long and full of tangents as this one was. If you know me in real life, you probably already know what the new series is about, because I can't shut up about the topic, but I'm going to keep the rest of you in suspense about it for now. I'm only in the very beginning of research for the next series, so it'll probably be quite a while before the first episode comes out, but rest assured, I am working on it. I might have a couple other ideas for smaller one-off episodes between now and then, so we'll see about that. Plus, I have at least one more idea for another big series after the next one, so I have plenty of material in mind to keep this show going for the next 3 to 5 years at least. And if you're listening to this, and especially if you've stuck with me for the whole of the American Guerrillas series, seriously, thank you so much for listening, and I hope you'll continue on with me for the next series and the one after that. If you enjoy and or appreciate this show, and you'd like to support it and help me make more of it, the best way you can do that is by becoming a paid subscriber on Substack for $5 a month or $50 a year. None of my main series episodes will ever be paywalled. You can always listen to those for free. However, I do release bonus episodes and articles for paid subscribers from time to time, and I'm thinking I'll have some interesting interviews coming up related to my research on the next series that I will put out as paid bonus episodes. So go over to Substack and subscribe if that interests you. The link is in the show notes. If you follow me on Substack, you might also get some little sneak previews of the topic for the next series. Another way you can support is to make a one-time donation through PayPal or Venmo if you don't want to do the subscription thing. Links to those are also in the show notes. Also, leave a rating or review on whatever platform you're listening to this on. I read one of those on the last episode, so maybe you'll get yours read if you do that. The one I read was a 5-star review. It was nice, but what I really want, if I'm being honest, is to get a 1-star hate review from a Yankee or an academic historian so I can read that on the show and roast it. So, somebody give me one of those, please. You can also send your hate mail to unsung.substack@gmail.com. It doesn't have to be hate mail, though. You can send nice emails, too, or just questions and comments about the series. Speaking of questions and comments, I will be doing a live audience Q&A on Saturday, January 24th at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. If you're listening to this before then and you're able to show up, I'd love to hear from you. It'll be a live stream on Substack. The link for it is in the show notes now, so just click on that when it's time for the stream and you'll be able to join. I'll be bringing in a surprise guest to co-host that. I'll talk to him, answer questions in the live chat, and we'll also have a way to call into the stream through voice chat so we can actually talk live instead of just reading chats. I've never done this live call-in thing before, but I think it'll be fun, so I hope to get a good turnout for that. If it goes well, I might make a habit out of it and start doing more of these, or even if it's an entertaining disaster, I might do more of them. Once again, that will be on Saturday, January 24th at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, and the link to join is in the show notes to this episode. Lastly, since this series is now complete, I have published on Substack a complete list of all the books and other research material I've used to put this together. I know a couple of my friends who listen to this have asked for that, and I'm happy to deliver, so that'll be linked in the show notes as well. I hope you'll find something in there that interests you for further reading if you want to dive deeper into anything I've talked about in this series. So, bit of a long intro for this one. Sorry about that. Just had a lot to cover, but I think that about covers it. So, thank you again for being here, for listening to this whole 50 hours worth of story or whatever this series is up to now. And without further ado, I give you the conclusion of American Guerrillas.
Well, you're going to pull those pistols or whistle Dixie. If I get to liking someone, they ain't around long.
I notice when you get to disliking someone, they ain't around for long either.
Pretty sure we have time to bury them, fellas.
Hell with them fellas. Buzzards gotta eat, same as worms. This boy was brought up in a time of blood and dying, and never questioned a bit of it. Never turned his back on his folks or his kind. I rode with him. I got no complaints. Bluebellies will give you a better burial than I can, boy.
We Americans have no experience of losing a war. I should explain what I mean by that, though, because you might be thinking, did you not see the coverage of the pullout from Afghanistan a couple years ago? That was a national embarrassment. We lost that war. We lost in Iraq, too. We lost in Vietnam. You might even say we lost in Korea, although that was more of a draw, I guess. But those aren't really national experiences of losing a war, not in the sense I mean. They were expeditions overseas involving a pretty small percentage of the population. None of those wars were fought in the backyards of any Americans, and at least based on my own memory of growing up in the post-9/11 era, unless you either went to Iraq or Afghanistan yourself or knew someone who went, the wars probably didn't affect your day-to-day life all that much on a level you would notice. It was impactful to the veterans for sure, especially the ones who were killed or wounded or crippled, or saw their friends killed or wounded or crippled. But again, there's really not very many of those guys compared to the U.S. population as a whole. I know a few GWAT veterans, and I asked some of them about their experiences of this. In the things they say about it, you get a sense of futility, of betrayal by their higher leadership, of the idea that their friends died for nothing, but also the idea that at the end of the day, their war was on the other side of the world and wasn't really going to affect all that much back home. One guy told me that he just wanted to fight. The cause didn't particularly matter to him, and whether we won or lost didn't particularly matter. One Afghanistan veteran told me he didn't even consider his war a real war. He described it as a convoluted, poorly managed hunting trip on the game preserve of Afghanistan. This was a Marine infantry combat veteran, mind you, not some rear echelon pogue. I mentioned something like this in a previous episode, but these are completely different experiences from the German experience of World War II, or the Japanese experience of World War II, or the Carthaginian experience of the Punic Wars. Those were losses that you didn't get to just come home from, even if you personally made it through unscathed. When I say Americans have no real experience of losing a war, I'm talking about the kind of loss that ends the existence of your nation as you know it, or at the very least changes it so much that it's unrecognizable compared to what it was before the war. Americans don't have anything like that in our living memory. Northern Americans don't have anything like that in their cultural memory either, because to find anything even approaching it in America, you have to go back to the South, from 1865 through about the late 1870s, what's called the Reconstruction era. The Civil War was far more impactful on a greater percentage of people than any other war in American history, even more so than World War II. Something like half of the military-age male population in the North served in the military in some capacity during the war. In the South, that number was even higher, maybe as high as 80%. Add to that the fact that, with a couple of oddball exceptions, the war was fought almost entirely on American soil, meaning the hundreds of thousands and even millions of civilians directly affected by it were all Americans too. The South in particular bore the brunt of this impact for a few reasons. Most obviously, the South lost. Second most obviously, given that the Union had been on offense most of the time, most of the serious fighting was done in Southern territory, notwithstanding the largest and bloodiest battle of the war being fought at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. No Southern armies ever marched through Wisconsin and Massachusetts and Vermont the way Sherman marched through Mississippi and Georgia and the Carolinas. Another factor was that the Confederacy had less than half the population of the North, and so it had to tap a much higher percentage of its people to even hope to keep up with the kind of manpower the Union could bring to bear. In American wars post-World War II, certainly the ones in my lifetime, depending on where you live and what kind of circles you run in, there's a good chance you might not know anyone who was directly affected by the war. You might not know any veterans. You might not even know anybody who knows a veteran. There's an even higher chance you don't know anybody who was maimed or killed in the war. The Civil War was not like that. Even in the North, with its lower per capita involvement than the South, everybody knew somebody who was affected, and in the South even more so. I mentioned this all the way back in part 1, but about 1 in 10 able-bodied men in the North ended up either dead or permanently maimed as a result of the war. In the South, that number was 1 in 4, 25%. If you were a Confederate soldier in the war, you had close to a 30% chance of being killed at some point. You had more than a 50% chance of becoming a casualty of some kind, that's killed, wounded, captured, or missing. Those are insane numbers, unlike anything else Americans have ever seen. I'm going to refer to another Thomas Goodrich book. This one he co-wrote with his wife Deborah, and it's called The Day Dixie Died, Southern Occupation, 1865 to 1866. They quote a resident of Warrensburg, Missouri, named George Hedges, writing to his daughter shortly after the end of the war. Hedges writes, quote, "We are well, and surprising to tell, have lived through without any particular personal harm. We have been robbed and plundered in the house and out of it, by both friends and foes of the government party, and the country has been full of those who have gone about robbing and plundering, and in a great many instances murdering men for mere opinion's sake. Then the Federals would in the night generally turn out and kill as many more, or perhaps twice or thrice as many, by the way of retaliation, and so it went until half our people were either killed or run away to avoid death. Mr. Shaw, our neighbor, was killed. Joseph Matthew of Blackwater Town was killed. Baldwin Fine, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Dean, Mr. Keene, Offutt, Cockerell, Sanders, Fitzgerald, Stevens, Andrews, and a host of others I could mention. Columbus and a large part of our county toward the west has been burned, part by Federals and part by rebels. Nearly all of the counties south along the Kansas border are consumed. James reached home a few days ago, well and hearty and greatly grown, a man of fine size and good appearance. He is still crippled in his hand, but not so badly as I feared it would prove to be. He received no other wound. He came into Missouri last fall with General Price and was captured near Fort Scott. His horse was shot under him on the open prairie, his command routed, and he and about 600 others were captured. James and Sally Stone, Ellis Stone and family, and Dick Ellis left here the second year of the war and have not returned. Joseph Stone left his farm and moved into Warrensburg, where his daughter Anna married a Federal soldier. Caleb Stone, his oldest son, was killed at Springfield the first year of the war. One of the Ramsey boys was killed, and another crippled for life. Mr. Kelly's son had his leg shot off. Robert Rennick, also a cripple for life, and many others I could mention. I have sold my land, and shall leave this country. It was all I had left." End quote. That is not an unusual account. Just about everybody knew somebody who'd been killed, wounded, lost a limb, etc. Most people knew many somebodies. This was especially true in the South. And the South had the added little piece of the picture, the fact that they'd lost. All of their suffering and loss had been for a country that didn't exist anymore. That's a fundamentally different experience from being on the losing end of the Vietnam or Afghanistan wars. And by the way, it's not like you get to just go back to the way things were before the war either. Like, well, boys, our bid for independence failed. Guess we'll just go back to being the same thing we were before. That's not how it worked. The most obvious difference was that slavery was gone now, although even that was more complicated than you might think. Slavery was ended in the rebelling states officially as soon as they were back under federal control as per the Emancipation Proclamation, but even then, some slave owners kept holding on to their slaves until federal troops were physically present in their particular areas to enforce emancipation. Also, remember, the Emancipation Proclamation didn't cover the slave states that didn't secede. Slavery was abolished in Maryland and Missouri on November 1st, 1864 and January 11th, 1865, respectively, both by state-level conventions. But Kentucky and Delaware never abolished slavery themselves, and it wasn't until the 13th Amendment was passed at the federal level in December 1865 that slavery was ended in those states, not until 8 months after the surrender at Appomattox. But the abolition of slavery was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to changes in Southern society. The former Confederacy was a conquered, occupied nation, and what the changes amounted to was a complete restructuring of society at every level. Almost of necessity, just from the sheer fact that so many men in the South had been killed or crippled and couldn't work anymore. The scale of the destruction in certain areas was mind-boggling, especially for a people who had no reference available to anything like 20th century strategic bombing campaigns. Atlanta was a pile of ashes. Richmond and Petersburg were in ruins. Columbia, South Carolina, Jackson, Mississippi, Vicksburg, Mississippi, Fredericksburg, Virginia, Mobile, Alabama, the list goes on. All were destroyed, or at least heavily damaged as a result of the war. In Missouri, Osceola was in ashes. Platte City had been burned twice by federal forces, once in 1861 and once in 1864. That's to say nothing of the burnt district in the western border counties, and the countless homes burned in the rural areas throughout the state, by bushwhackers, jayhawkers, Confederate regulars, Federals, and local militia. All of them got in on that action. And for Missouri in particular, the fighting wasn't even over yet in 1865. Michael Fellman writes in his book Inside War, quote, "There was no culminating victory, no clear defeat, no catharsis. The terrible grudges of neighbor against neighbor created in the guerrilla conflict remained unresolved at the end of the war. No one apologized, no one forgave. Violence remained widespread in 1865 and 1866 as men reopened barely closed wounds." End quote. In the spring of 1865, the Federals and people of Missouri waited nervously for the by now traditional return of the bushwhackers after their annual trip south to Texas for the winter. The resurgence of activity was mercifully smaller this year than in previous years. In the last episode, we talked about the end of Quantrill, who decided to go to Kentucky this year instead of resuming his activities in Missouri. He'd caught on to the idea that the whole bushwhacking thing was almost played out, and it turns out he wasn't the only one. Others, too, decided to either stay out of Missouri entirely or lay low instead of going raiding again. But not everybody. There were a few who did come right back, just like in previous years, and keep on bushwhacking. At least one sizable band of about 100 or so men was still operational, led by Little Archie Clement, Jim Anderson, and Dave Poole. On May 7th, at 2 o'clock in the morning, 40 of them stormed into the Johnson County village of Holden, robbed a couple of stores, and killed a man. An hour later, the full band sacked Little Archie's hometown of Kingsville, about 5 miles to the northwest, killed 8, wounded 2, burned 5 houses. Bam, just like that, Missouri town's in flames again. Well, this was somewhat shocking to the new commander of the Department of Missouri, Major General Grenville Dodge. It was almost a month after the surrender at Appomattox, and Dodge, like many others, figured the war ought to be over now so he could get back to his civilian projects, like making money building railroads. But Dodge had a different idea in mind for how to deal with the bushwhacker problem than what some of his predecessors had done, like Fremont and Ewing. The traditional approaches were things like going after bushwhackers' families and other civilian supporters, aggressively going into places like the Snai to root them out, setting up networks of outposts and patrols, or most famously, in the case of General Order No. 11, depopulating and burning entire counties. All that stuff had mostly failed miserably at suppressing guerrilla activity. But Dodge had a new approach, an option which, to be fair, realistically hadn't been open to his predecessors. Dodge had reports in hand from some of his subordinate commanders about the word in the bush. According to them, the word was that a lot of bushwhackers knew what the score was in the war as a whole, if only they could be treated as prisoners of war and not summarily executed, as had been the general practice with partisans up to this point. So Dodge would take something like a carrot and stick approach. He'd go after the still-at-large bushwhackers aggressively, but he would also offer amnesty to those who surrendered. On May 7th, the same day Clement's boys hit Holden and Kingsville, Dodge wrote to his Central District commander, Colonel Chester Harding, quote, "You can say to all such who lay down their arms and surrender and obey the laws that the military law will not take any further action against them, but that we cannot protect them against the civil law, should it deem best to take cognizance of their cases." End quote. Harding was of a like mind to Dodge on this, and he passed the word on. 2 weeks later, Dave Poole rode into Lexington and surrendered, with 85 men previously of Anderson's and Todd's outfits. Poole earned himself a full pardon by helping round up and accept the surrenders of dozens more bushwhackers over the next few weeks. 2 men who didn't accept the amnesty were Archie Clement and Jim Anderson. We'll come back to them in a bit. Richard Brownlee writes in his book, Gray Ghosts of the Confederacy, quote, "In this manner, most of the guerrillas were given the chance to put down their arms in 1865, granted truly generous terms in view of their bloody record by the Union military authorities. Would these young men be able to patch up their lives, return to their home communities, find ways of making a living, and develop into normal citizens? Could they live in peace? most had known nothing but war since childhood. Of the several hundred guerrillas who survived the war and surrendered in 1865, a majority seemed to have either followed peaceful pursuits or to have left Missouri. A considerable number of these wild young men, however, either could not or would not lead orderly lives. They became troublemakers, gunmen, and ultimately outlaws. End quote. Remember that amnesty from Dodge was specifically a military matter. It didn't protect bushwhackers from civil consequences for their actions. And it turned out that quite a few Unionists in Missouri were not happy at all about this incredibly lenient policy the military was now taking with guerrillas. And understandably so. And all those bitter grudges built up over the last 4 years don't just go away because of a decision some general made. I mean, if you're a Unionist, you're probably thinking, did you see what these guys did at Centralia? They ought to be swinging from the end of a rope, not just hanging out in Lexington in broad daylight like Dave Poole is doing now for some reason. On the other hand, there were still hundreds of these guys around. Well-armed, highly dangerous, with the requisite skills necessary to exist in the bush and live off raiding. If you're General Dodge, your first problem is just catching them all. You've been trying that for years now, and it's mostly been a miserable failure. How much more time, how many more lives, and how many more resources do you really want to spend to get them all? And what are you going to do with them when you finally do catch them? Kill them all? That might be justice, but it's guaranteed to cause you even more political problems, because remember, bushwhackers still held a fair bit of sympathy within the Missouri civilian populace. It's a real dilemma, and the way Dodge saw it, if he could at least get the bushwhackers to stop killing people by offering them amnesty under military law, well, that was a good move. Let the civil authorities sort them out later. Well, of course, these kinds of grudges turned out to be the source for a lot of the violence that continued well into 1866. This is Michael Feldman again. He writes, quote, "Vengeance rather than forgiveness characterized post-war social relations. Filled with unassuaged anger, provoked by rumors of renewed guerrilla war, old Union men needed to strike back. After they realized that all would not be forgiven, that they would not be welcomed back into society, Southern men either left or fought back. The ensuing revenge and counter-revenge took place on an individual level and collectively, through both legal and extra-legal channels." End quote. It's like Feldman said in that quote I read a minute ago. There was no definitive end to the war in Missouri, even though Price's raid of 1864 saw the last engagements of conventional forces. It wasn't like back east in Virginia, where you get this big event of the surrender at Appomattox and everybody kind of agrees it's over now. In Missouri, it was more of a long, slow cooling off of the heat of the war. He writes a little later, quote, "Ironically, most often former Southern men appealed to the national military for protection. For them, the Federal Army was the last remaining force potentially countervailing radical tyrants who controlled state and local government. The readiness of Unionists to resort to force to maintain power in 1865 and 1866 was in large part a response they had learned during the guerrilla war. This was no communal vigilantism. Actions taken against men the whole community would have defined as deviance worthy of punishment. Rather, this violence was undertaken by only one faction, the dominant Unionist vanguard, against all other factions they deemed politically suspect. The techniques of intimidation and lynch law were not unrelated to pre-war communal justice, but grew more directly from methods learned in the war itself." End quote. Now that phrase, all other factions they deemed politically suspect, there mainly refers to not just former Confederates and secessionists, but also moderate, conditional Unionists. The Democratic Party immediately after the war was still divided between those two factions, and the radical Republican element in the state took advantage of that division to win control of the state government in the November 1866 elections, which Feldman says marked the climax of post-war violence. They held on to that control until 1872, when the Democratic Party started to experience something of a resurgence. Politically and socially, the climate became very hostile towards pretty much anybody who wasn't a radical Republican, and especially the ex-Confederates. The ex-Confederates were disfranchised, denied the rights of U.S. citizens, and pretty much made into second-class citizens for a while. And if you were a radical Unionist, of course you'd say, hell yeah, that's the way it ought to be. Those guys rebelled and they should be punished so they don't rebel again. And fair enough, but the reason I'm talking about this is to set up what comes next. Every political action has its reaction, and this one was no different. In addition to the political and social issues, you had the economic and demographic situation after the war. Fellman estimates that Missouri's population declined by about 300,000 over the course of the war, through deaths and people leaving the state. That's out of a pre-war population of not quite 1.2 million according to the 1860 census. So if Fellman's estimate is right, that's a population loss of over 25%. So the state was heavily depopulated, especially the rural areas, and a lot of those people weren't coming back because they were either dead or were living somewhere else and had no plans to come back. Depopulation means, among other things, that there was a ton of cheap land available, and the years after the war saw a flood of immigration into Missouri to get in on that action. The population was back up to over 1.7 million by the 1870 census, a net increase of over 500,000 from 1860, and according to Fellman's estimate, an increase of something like 800,000 from 1865. St. Louis and Kansas City both exploded in population during this time. Where did that immigration come from? Well, Fellman tells us, quote, "The most dramatic population shift was in the origins of the non-Missourian, white, American-born population. Only 5% of this increase in the 1860s, 9,727 people, came from the South, defined as the former Confederate states and Kentucky, with decreases in the numbers of Carolinians, Tennesseans, and Virginians. 95% of new American immigrants, 184,000 out of 193,728, came from the Union states, Kentucky accepted. 78% of all in-migrants came from Illinois, Ohio, Indiana, New York, and Pennsylvania. 43% of those from Illinois and Ohio alone. Stated another way, where in 1860 Southerners composed 62% of the non-Missouri-born native white population, by 1870 this Southern-born in-migrant population had decreased to 44.3%, and the Northern-born percentage had increased from 38 to 55.7%. New settlement was northern, and it was concentrated in the most rapidly growing rural and urban areas, making growth a northern-tinted phenomenon." End quote. All those northern immigrants brought their industry, values, and culture with them. Now, I'll remind you of all the way back in the very first episode of this series when Kansas Territory was opened up for settlement, along with Nebraska Territory, and many people in the South naturally assumed that Southerners would settle Kansas and Northerners would settle Nebraska. Then the Immigrant Aid Society started sending Massachusetts Yankees into Kansas for abolitionist purposes, upending what many saw as this tacit agreement. Many Missourians were not comfortable with that, and their concerns related to this went far beyond the single issue of slavery. What the overarching concern was about was a political and cultural takeover of Missouri by Northerners, which coincidentally is exactly what ended up happening over the course of the war and the years after. I'm not sure that anybody in Missouri really understood this, especially before the war. I don't think they understood in the slightest the kind of forces of history they were up against. They certainly were not equipped to resist what was coming. And if you look back from the post-war period of immigration at things like the sacking of Lawrence in 1856, it looks kind of pitiful. Burning one hotel wasn't going to accomplish anything on this kind of a national political scale. Not even winning elections in Kansas was going to stop these trends. Missourian resistance to the change was too narrow in scope from the very beginning. They just didn't understand the conflict, and maybe nobody could have. Fellman writes again, quote, "What seems clear is that the rapid reorientation of all the major sectors of the Missouri economy and population, which began in the 1850s, grew at a much increased pace in the late 1860s. The forces represented politically by Frank Blair and the other members of the St. Louis industrial and banking elite increasingly linked that city to the farmers and merchants in the countryside and dominated the growing elements of economy. Meanwhile, the old slaveholding, Southern sympathizing elite lost much of its previous power in the 10 years after the war. The invasion of Missouri had been deeper and more sustained than the physical visitation of Yankee troops. An assault on a traditional way of life, already well underway before the war, was solidified by the outcome of the conflict and increased exponentially afterwards. Traditional Southern men had not been wrong in expressing fears of being overwhelmed, even if their political and military resistance to the invasion had been too narrow in focus. It remained for them to reorient their political, economic, and social views sufficiently to create a more conservative version of the new order, something they accomplished through the revival of the Democratic Party by the late 1870s. More traditional practices and values persisted, but in the context of the new economic and social order. Despite this conservative retrenchment, the Northern victory and the economic and social meanings of that triumph were clear in Missouri. However, on the symbolic front, the Southern cause was less clearly the loser. Images of the noble guerrilla rather than the triumphant Yankee came to dominate post-war Reconstruction, surviving even into the 20th century. End quote. Like I said before, every political action has its reaction. And now that we have all this background and framing done on what the conditions were like, we can start to talk about that reaction. I'm going to read you the preface to the novel Gone to Texas by Forrest Carter. In case you're not familiar, the Clint Eastwood movie The Outlaw Josie Wales was based on this book. The book and movie both follow the fictional Missouri bushwhacker Josie Wales as he tries to find his place in the post-war world. It's one of my favorite movies, and you hear clips from it in the intro to this show. So Carter sets up the story like this in his preface. Quote, Missouri is called the Mother of Outlaws. She acquired her title in the aftermath of the Civil War, when bitter men who had fought without benefit of rules in the Border War, a war within a war, could find no place for themselves in a society of old enmities and Reconstruction government. They rode and lived aimlessly in the vicious circle of reprisal, robbery, and shootout that led to nowhere. The cause was gone, and all that remained was personal feud, retribution, and survival. Many of them drifted to Texas. If Missouri was the mother, then Texas was the father. The refuge, with boundless terrain and bloody frontier, where a proficient pistolman could find reason for existence and room to ride. The initials GTT, hurriedly carved on the doorpost of a southern shack, was message enough to relatives and friends that the carver was in law trouble and gone to Texas. In those days, they weren't called gunfighters. That came in the 1880s from the dime noveliers. They were called pistolmen, and they referred to their weapon as a pistol, or by the make, a Colt's 44. The Missouri guerrilla was the first expert pistolman. According to U.S. Army dispatches, the guerrillas used this new war weapon with devastating results. This is the story of one of those outlaws. The outlaws and the Indians are real. They lived in a time when the meaning of good or bad depended mostly on the Jasper who was saying it. There were too many wrongs mixed in with what we thought were the rights, so we shall not try to judge them here, but simply, to the best of our ability, to tell it like it is, or was. The men, white and red, and the times that produced them, and how they lived it out, to finish the course. End quote. Now, of course, that book and the movie based on it are works of fiction, and I won't get into reviewing their historical authenticity here, but they're pretty well grounded for the most part. The book more so than the movie, maybe. The movie gets a little bit more over the top in a couple places. And the character of Josie Wales himself is definitely an idealized version of the Missouri bushwhacker. He lives by a code of honor that's almost chivalric. He's fully capable of sudden, extreme violence in the right circumstances, and he's highly skilled at employing it, but you'll never see him scalping or mutilating the dead, you'll never see him torturing people, you'll never see him harming women. That image of the idealized bushwhacker is very important to this story, and I'll talk more about it later. But for now, fictional though this book is, there is some truth in this preface when it comes to the idea of the Missouri bushwhacker as the first expert pistolman. The revolver had not been around for very long by the time of the Civil War. Samuel Colt patented his first design in 1836, and Colt wasn't the inventor of the revolver, but he was definitely the popularizer of it. As the famous saying goes, God created men, and Sam Colt made him equal. His designs took a while to catch on, though, and he dealt with a lot of setbacks on his way to mass-producing and selling his guns. That's an interesting story in its own right. I'll put a link in the show notes to an article a friend of mine on Substack wrote about it. But it might not be quite right to say Missouri bushwhackers were the first expert pistolmen. The first group to really discover the usefulness of the revolver were the Texas Rangers in their fights with Comanches during and after the Mexican-American War in the late 1840s and early 1850s. But the point of all this is to say that the revolver was still a very new weapon in the 1860s, and the crucible of the guerrilla war forced the bushwhackers to become experts in its use, probably like no one had ever been before. There's no teacher like necessity. The bushwhackers learned other things, too, from their time in the war. They became experts in the use of the pistol, but they also learned ruthlessness. They learned how to kill, how to evade capture, how to survive in the bush. The crucible of the guerrilla war was such that the ones who didn't become experts in these things just died. And the ones who came out the other side alive were hardened veterans, killers, and survivalists. A lot of these men had also lost everything. They had no homes to go back to. Some had already lost everything near the beginning of the war, and that's what drove them to bushwhacking in the first place. So what did they do now that they didn't even have a cause left to fight for? Keeping in mind that for many of them, their actual devotion to any higher cause might have been pretty tenuous in the first place. Well, most, such as Bill Gregg and John McCorkle, whose memoirs I've read from in this series, weathered the storm of the Reconstruction world and went back to peaceful civilian lives. They either went back to their homes and families if they still had them, or built new homes and started new families. They went back into farming, took up trades, found jobs, started businesses. Some of them got into local politics eventually. This was the majority. And in a lot of cases, they really did prove out the wisdom of General Dodge's decision to give them amnesty. But a few never could go back. What it's like to return home from war is something I have no real understanding of. All I can really say on that is if you want a deep look into the mind of a returning war veteran, go read the Odyssey. But even besides feelings of revenge left over from the war, many veterans will tell you that there's something intoxicating about combat itself. There seems to be a select subset of people who actually enjoy it and are attracted to it, even get addicted to it. I haven't read him yet, but I hear Ernst Jünger in the First World War was one of those who wrote about it. For men who get off on the excitement of war, it can be really hard to go back to something comparatively boring like farming. And even besides anything psychological, there are more practical concerns too. These were mostly men who'd come of age during the war, and a lot of them didn't really have any skills that were useful in civilian life. And remember that, on the whole, they didn't go seeking out a war either. This was not like young men today joining the infantry to go fight in Afghanistan for adventure. The war came to them, to their homes. After it's over, you got to make a living somehow. And if you don't know how to farm, don't know blacksmithing, don't know how to drive a train, etc., what are you going to do when all the practical skills you have are combat and survival skills? There's a scene in the miniseries The Pacific where Eugene Sledge is talking to a recruiter for a college or something like that, and she's asking him if he learned any technical skills in the Marine Corps. She asks about a few specific ones, and he says no to all of them. Finally, she asks, "Didn't the Marine Corps teach you anything you can use?" And he gets a little frustrated and answers, "They taught me how to kill Japs. I got pretty damn good at that." Ex-bushwhackers might say something similar if you asked them, "Didn't the war teach you anything useful?" And they'd say, "It taught me how to kill Yankees." Well, some of these guys created their own profession. Bank robbery. It allowed them to use the skills they learned during the war to make a good chunk of change, and it was exciting to boot. Bank robbery did not really happen all that much in America prior to the Civil War. It happened occasionally, but it was more of a local crime of opportunity kind of thing rather than a way outlaws could actually make a living. There was a bank robbery at St. Albans, Vermont on October 19, 1864, conducted by Confederates operating out of Canada. This raid was famous for being the northernmost land action of the Civil War, and also for being the first ever daylight bank robbery in American history. Well, on February 13th, 1866, Missouri would see America's first daylight bank robbery in peacetime. Now, we'll talk about bushwhacker myth-making eventually, but the first thing to know, especially about these first few robberies I'm going to tell you about, is that the details are very sketchy, especially when it comes to who exactly did them. Every aspect of post-war ex-bushwhacker history will become mythologized very quickly. There weren't exactly cameras back then. Criminal investigation methods were very primitive, and you can understand why men who rob banks would want to keep their identities hidden. But there are some men who were involved in some of these robberies who will claim not to have been, who will have friends vouch for their alibis sometimes. There are men rumored to have been involved who probably weren't. Sometimes there are even men who weren't involved who will claim to have been involved later because of the fame that would eventually come along with being associated with certain people. So it's a whole sketchy mess sometimes, just figuring out who was involved in any given robbery. On the afternoon of February 13th, 1866, about a dozen men surrounded the Clay County Savings Bank in Liberty, Missouri. Liberty is a suburb of Kansas City today on the north side of the Missouri River, just to give you an idea of where that is. Two of the men walked into the bank while the rest posted themselves outside. They stuck revolvers in the cashier's face, made him open the vault and fill a sack with banknotes, government bonds, and gold and silver coin totaling some $60,000. The holdup went off without a hitch until the robbers were back out in the street mounting their horses to ride away, at which point they started shooting. It's thought that they suspected a bystander named George Wymore, a student at the local William Jewell College, of trying to raise an alarm, or maybe they just got jumpy. Either way, Wymore was hit by a bullet and killed, and the robbers made their escape, aided by a snowstorm that blew in and wiped away their tracks before the townspeople could get a posse together to go after them. The bank posted a reward of $10,000 for the apprehension of the robbers and return of the cash, but no information was forthcoming, and the robbers remained at large. 8.5 months later, on October 30th, 1866, the bank of Alexander Mitchell and Company in Lexington was robbed on the same pattern. A dozen or so men, 2 of them walked into the bank and held up the cashier. This robbery turned out to be bloodless and much less productive than the last one for the bandits. There was only about $2,000 in the cash drawer, and the cashier, J.L. Thomas, refused to open the vault even when threatened with death, so the bandits decided against killing him and instead rode out of town with the cash from the drawer, far less than the $100,000 they'd expected to get from the vault. The posse that pursued them out of Lexington was led by none other than Dave Poole, a high-ranking Quantrill associate who'd helped peacefully bring in a few dozen other bushwhackers after his own surrender the previous year. The pursuit was fairly lackluster, though. You have to wonder if Poole only did it for appearance's sake and never really intended to catch them. A local newspaper even speculated that the robbers were probably Kansas Redlegs, which was certainly false, but it shows you the attitude secessionists in the area still held towards Kansans. The fact was, the men who committed these 2 robberies were most or all ex-bushwhackers, even if we can't know for certain which ones they were, and both robberies were most likely committed by the same gang. One of the men reported to be involved was Jim Anderson, Bloody Bill's little brother who'd survived the war. Albert Castell and Thomas Goodrich write in their Bloody Bill biography about the Liberty robbery, quote, "Among the robbers was Jim Anderson. On April 12, 1866, he and Ike Flannery, another ex-guerrilla, showed up in Roachport, now rebuilt, and attempted to sell some bonds taken from the Liberty Bank to local merchants. Finding no buyers, they left. 2 miles out of the village, 5 men bushwhacked the 2 bushwhackers, killing Flannery and removing $2,000 in greenbacks and bonds from his body. Or at least so claimed Jim, who escaped unscathed. Reporting his tale, the Kansas City Journal hinted that it might not necessarily be the whole truth. End quote. More on Jim Anderson shortly. Another ex-bushwhacker reported to be involved in these robberies was Bloody Bill's triggerman, Little Archie Clement. That shouldn't surprise anybody who's been here for the last couple episodes. If there was an Anderson involved, Clement was probably there too. He'd gone to Texas for at least part of the winter of 1865 to 66, but was apparently back in Missouri, if not in time for the Liberty robbery, at least by the summer of 1866. What's almost more wild than the robberies themselves, at least to modern eyes, is the fairly lackluster attitude taken towards apprehending the robbers by local citizens and law enforcement. Castell and Goodrich write that Clement just hung out in Lafayette County during the summer of 1866, riding into Lexington frequently to see Dave Poole, despite the fact that he'd never actually surrendered, and that he may or may not have had a price on his head after the Liberty robbery. His friendship with Poole would go a long way towards explaining why Poole's pursuit was lackluster after the Lexington robbery in October, but what about everybody else in the region, especially the Unionists? Well, everybody knew, or at least strongly suspected, that the robbers were ex-bushwhackers, and that meant that to bring them in would be no simple task. They'd honed their evasion skills in the crucible of a brutal guerrilla war, and they were deadly. Would you be willing to risk your life for the possibility of a cash reward? Maybe. Depends on the size of the reward, I guess. But for a civilian population that had also come through the crucible of that war in a different way, you can understand if they were a little fatigued and just ready to be done with that kind of thing for a while. And besides, who was it actually hurting if the banks lost a little money to robbery anyway? We'll come back to that idea in a little bit. The point is, Clement was just hanging out in and around Lexington, joking around with Dave Poole, which you have to imagine must have ruffled some Unionist feathers. And then, of course, there was the Lexington bank robbery in October. The robberies might have been the most high-profile crimes in Missouri around that time, but were just the tip of the iceberg as far as crime went in the year 1866. We mentioned how the cycle of revenge and reprisal didn't just end with the end of the war. That stuff kept happening all throughout 1866. Like I read from Fellman earlier, in an ironic turn of events, former Confederates were now looking to the Federal Army, still stationed in Missouri, to protect them from their own Unionist neighbors. The violence got so bad that in October, radical Republican Governor Thomas Fletcher issued an order that all men ages 18 and older were required to enroll in the state militia under threat of arrest. The militia would then be used to police the most troublesome counties until law and order could be restored. Well, Archie Clement and Dave Poole apparently thought the idea of them joining the militia was about the funniest thing they'd ever thought of. On the morning of December 13th, 1866, they did just that. Poole and Clement rode in broad daylight into Lexington at the head of a column of 25 heavily armed men, waltzed into the hotel bar for dinner and a few drinks, and then visited the militia office at the courthouse, walked right up to the desk and said they were there to join the militia. Remember, Clement had still never surrendered to federal authorities, but incredibly, he and Poole were not molested by anyone this whole time. The recruiting officer enrolled them and then told them it would probably be best if they just headed on out of town. Richard S. Brownlee picks up the story from there in his book, Gray Ghost of the Confederacy. Quote, after performing their civic duty, the ex-guerrillas rode out of Lexington, but in a few minutes Clement and another man returned. Archie went back to the City Hotel bar and took up where he had left off that morning. Hearing that the guerrilla was still in town, Major Bacon Montgomery, who commanded the state militia company on duty at Lexington, sent 3 of his soldiers to the City Hotel to arrest Archie. When the troopers entered the bar room and confronted the little guerrilla, he pulled his revolvers and, in a blast of rapid shots and bursting bottles, fled through the side door of the saloon. Vaulting to his horse, he galloped up Franklin Street past the courthouse, all men in the block taking cover. He must have smiled at the windows of Major Montgomery's office in the courthouse, and it was his last smile. From every window of the side of the building, hidden riflemen fired down at him. His mount slowed to a walk, and a short distance down the block, Archie Clement pitched face first from his saddle. When bystanders reached the boy, he was dead, shot through the body in numerous places. Little Archie had never surrendered. End quote. Archie Clement was only 20 years old when he died, which means he'd only been 15 when the war broke out. Like his chief, Bloody Bill, he lived a short, violent life. He was one of tens of thousands of Missouri youths who came of age in war and never knew anything but war in their early adulthood. And for that, I think you have to have some sympathy. By all accounts, he was also a truly sadistic killer, as the last episode showed. There's always that segment of the population that would have ended up being criminals and outlaws with or without the war. And while there's no way to say for certain, I think little Archie was more likely than just about anybody else to have been in that category. This is a little bit of speculation, but I have to think that after the things he'd done in the war, Clement was never going to go back to living a peaceful life. And Castell and Goodrich actually hint in their book that his bizarre death might have been something like a suicide by cop. Maybe he didn't want to figure out how to live without war and decided to go out like Bloody Bill. The bank robberies would continue after Clement's death. On March 2nd, 1867, a robbery on the same pattern was attempted at Savannah, about 50 miles north-northwest of Liberty, but it failed when Judge John McLean refused to open the vault. McLean was shot but survived. Then on May 22nd, the Hughes and Wasson Bank in Richmond was hit, about 25 miles east of Liberty. 3 local citizens were killed in that robbery, and the dozen or so bandits made off with about $4,000. From the start, all of these robberies were attributed to ex-bushwhackers. In the fallout from the robberies, 3 former Quantrill men, Thomas Little, Andy McGuire, and James Devers, had been given mock trials and executed by mobs by the spring of 1868. On March 20th, 1868, at least 5 bandits robbed a bank in Russellville, Kentucky, netting themselves $12,000. If this robbery was committed by some of the same men, it represents somewhat of a departure from the pattern of the robberies in northwestern Missouri, considering how far away it was from the rest. It could be the robbers wanted to branch out and get away from whatever heat may have been on them in western Missouri. They would have had plenty of time to get to Kentucky, given that this March 1868 robbery was almost a year after the last one in Richmond, Missouri. Another former Quantrill man, Old Shepherd, was suspected of involvement in the Russellville robbery since he was away from home at the time, but when authorities tried to arrest him at his father's house in Jackson County, he resisted arrest and was killed in a shootout. Now, with all 5 of these robberies I've mentioned so far, certain people who I have not mentioned yet would come to be suspected with fairly good cause, as we'll see. But it wasn't until December 1869 that a robbery would occur which produced tangible evidence implicating these men, and would ultimately lead to the forging of a legend. On the 7th of that month, the Daviess County Savings Bank in Gallatin, Missouri was hit, about 50 miles northeast of Liberty. From Castell and Goodrich in their Bloody Bill biography, quote, "On December 7, 1869, a tall, lanky young man walked into the Daviess County Bank in Gallatin, where Samuel Cox, who had been awarded the regular rank of lieutenant colonel for killing Bill Anderson, still resided. The man asked to see the bank's cashier, Captain John W. Sheets, to change a $100 bill. As Sheets, who owed his military title to having served in the militia during the war, started to comply with the request, another tall and slender young man came into the bank and said, 'If you will write out a receipt, I will pay you that bill.' Sheets sat down at his desk to prepare the receipt, but before he could pen a single word, the newcomer suddenly snarled a curse at him, declared that he and Colonel Cox had caused the death of his brother, Bill Anderson, and that he had come to avenge it. He then whipped out a pistol and shot Sheets through the head and heart, killing him instantly. Next, both men fired at bank clerk William McDowell as he ran out the door. Although a bullet tore into one of his arms, McDowell made it to the street, where he shouted that bandits were robbing the bank and had killed Sheets. Several townsmen opened fire on the men when they came out of the bank and mounted their horses. The one who shot Sheets was unable to mount his excited steed, which dragged him close to 40 feet before he freed his left foot from the stirrup and climbed up beside his companion. They then galloped away unscathed and, for some reason, unpursued. As for Sheets' murderer declaring himself to be the brother of Bill Anderson, which presumably would mean that he was Jim Anderson, this could only have been a ruse to conceal his true identity and confuse the authorities. For by 1869, Jim Anderson was in no condition to avenge anybody, having been killed in Texas by either William Poole, another of Dave's brothers, in 1867, or George Shepard, a brother of Old Shepard, in 1868. Possibly, too, Jim had spent some time in prison prior to his death. The sole known photograph purporting to be of him shows a handsome young man sitting beside a table with a ball and chain attached to him. But his clothes are exceptionally dapper, and the expression on his face curiously jovial for a prisoner, causing one to wonder if the photo was intended to be a joke. Also, though the young man bears a strong resemblance to Bill Anderson, a lifelong student of bushwhacker lore flatly denies that he is in fact Jim Anderson. End quote. Just as a little point of trivia, that student of bushwhacker lore is a man named Donald R. Hale, who wrote the first real attempt at an account of Bloody Bill's career in 1975, which was shorter and less detailed than the Castell and Goodrich one. But he wrote a letter to Castell in 1998 during the writing of his book that denied this photograph being of Jim Anderson. But whatever the case, Jim Anderson's death was a bit anticlimactic. There's not really a detailed account of it that I've been able to find, although it does seem that he was killed by another ex-bushwhacker, which makes some sense if the story was true about him double-crossing his partner Ike Flannery in 1866 after the Liberty robbery. So who was the killer of Captain Sheets really, if it wasn't Jim Anderson? Almost certainly it was the man who would go on to become the most famous outlaw in American history, bar none, Jesse James of Clay County, Missouri. And his partner in the Gallatin robbery was none other than his older brother, Frank James. Frank and Jesse James had both fought as bushwhackers during the war, but by all accounts they were not particularly notable ones. There are some stories that will float around about their exploits during the war, but a lot of those can't be corroborated by sources from the time, either during the war or immediately after. For example, there are accounts that say either Frank or Jesse personally killed Major Johnston at Centralia. Stories like this seem to be either embellished or completely fabricated later, after the brothers became famous. There are some things known about the James brothers from their pre-legendary days, though. They were born in Clay County, Missouri, to Robert and Zerelda James, along with another brother, Robert, who died in infancy, and a sister, Susan, born 2 years after Jesse. Robert was a charismatic Baptist preacher and hemp farmer, very prominent in the community, who helped found William Jewell College in Liberty after moving from Kentucky in 1842. Now, before we get too far along with the story of Frank and Jesse James, I have a quick disclaimer to make. When I decided to continue this series to cover post-war ex-bushwhacker outlaws, I had no idea what I was getting myself into with these guys. I'd heard of them, of course, like most boys who liked the Wild West as kids, and I knew generally who they were and what they were about, but I completely underestimated the sheer volume of ink that's been spilled about them over the years. There's only one way to put it. The James brothers are legendary in multiple senses of the word. The amount that's been written about them outstrips all other Missouri bushwhackers combined, and it's not close. There are many American presidents that have less written about them than the James brothers, short of the top-tier, most famous ones like Washington and Lincoln. To fully tell the story of the James brothers, to fully unravel all the myth from the fact, would probably take another 10-episode series, so what you'll get from me in this final episode is the most cursory overview of their post-war careers. My main source I'm relying on for the James brothers is a book by William A. Settle, Jr. with a bit of a long title. It's called Jesse James Was His Name, or Fact and Fiction Concerning the Careers of the Notorious James Brothers of Missouri. This book was written in the 1960s, and it's widely regarded as the first real scholarly biography of the James brothers. There's a couple other books I'll bring up as they become relevant, but that's the main one I'll be using. Alexander Franklin James, or Frank, was born January 10, 1843, and Jesse Woodson James came along on September 5, 1847. If you do the math, you'll find out pretty quick that Frank and Jesse, like most bushwhackers, were very young men during the war, and Jesse in particular was just a boy at age 13 when it started. Jesse was even younger than Archie Clement by a couple years. The family prospered in Clay County throughout the 1840s, but their fortunes took a turn for the worse in 1850. Settle writes, quote, "As sudden and inexplicable as some of his son's later actions was Robert James's decision to leave his established farm to accompany a party of gold seekers to California. Susan was less than a year old, Jesse not yet 3, and Frank just past 7 when this man of God, about whom a contemporary said, 'No better man than Robert James ever lived,' left his family to go west. In later years, those who sought to explain his action found an answer in the personality of his wife, strong-willed and determined. Although devoutly religious in her own way, Zerelda did not share Robert's enthusiasm for the ministry, according to Robert's brother. Her emphatic objections to his absence from home for revivals so annoyed the Reverend Mr. James, goes the explanation, that he determined to leave for California to minister to the searchers for gold. He planned to return after an absence of about 12 months, and he hoped to find that his wife's disposition had mellowed a bit in his absence. Another explanation was James's desire to provide more abundantly for his family. According to one writer, he almost lost his nerve to the point of giving up the trip when little Jesse, clinging to his father's legs and crying, looked up and begged him not to go. But Robert had given his word to the others in the party, and a man could not go back on his word. One of these explanations, or the two combined, may account for his going, but in Clay County the old-timers still whisper gossip handed down through the years of serious trouble between Robert and Zerelda. She wasn't straight. Too many men shared with Robert James her affections. Jesse was not his son, but the bastard offspring of a local doctor, and James, who could stand the humiliation no longer, was leaving her for good. No evidence to support this charge against Zerelda James has been found. The canard that her spouse was saying goodbye to her forever in 1850 because of her unfaithfulness is destroyed completely by 2 letters he wrote to her on his way to California and one he wrote after reaching his destination. These letters, manifestly written by a devoted husband to his cherished wife, are concerned mainly with the details of travel and the condition of his companions. None express anticipation of riches at the end of the journey. A letter dated July 19, 1850, 5 days after reaching the diggings, tells of his washing 1 pan of dirt. He had spent the remainder of the time in efforts to find Clay Countyans who had preceded him. No hint that he had left an untrustworthy wife appears in these communications. A letter from Old Fort Kearny, April 14, 1850, urges Zerelda to train up your children in the nurture and admonition of the Lord, and live a Christian life yourself. The closing sentence directs her to give my love to all inquiring friends, and take a portion of it to yourself, and kiss Jesse for me, and tell Franklin to be a good boy and learn fast. In his next letter, written on his knee in a tent at Grand Island 1 mile from New Fort Kearny on our way, May 1, 1850, Robert James expressed a longing to see you and the children. But, knowing that it will be 12 or 18 months, he found consolation that through the art of writing he could converse, as if face to face. To his wife, children, and friends he again sent his love and asked Zerelda to pray for me that if no more we meet in this world, we can meet in glory. A few weeks after arriving in California, Robert James, then 32 years of age, became ill, died, and was buried in an unmarked grave. It is interesting to speculate on the effect this man might have had on the lives of his sons had he lived and returned to guide them in their developing years." End quote. Zerelda was left a widow, and her children fatherless. She would remarry twice, the first time to a Benjamin Sims, but that marriage didn't work out, and they separated after just a short time. Then Sims died shortly after that. And the second time to a local doctor, Reuben Samuel, in 1855. Samuel was known as a quiet, unassuming man, and Zerelda was known as something of a firecracker. She was reportedly 6 feet tall, which would likely have made her taller than any of her husbands, and apparently she had the personality to match. But her marriage to Reuben Samuel lasted. They eventually had 4 children of their own together, and Samuel became a stable, if passive, stepfather to Frank and Jessie. Now, Frank and Jessie were too young to have taken much part in the Bleeding Kansas troubles. They would have been about 13 and 8, respectively, during the peak year of 1856, and they were 18 and 13 when the war broke out in 1861. That being said, they definitely would have heard things. Settle writes, quote, "The James boy's mother was a Southerner, and she owned slaves. Her sympathies and those of her family were with the forces fighting to preserve slavery. It is likely that her young sons did indeed hang John Brown and other abolitionists in their play. Children could not have been so close to these violent events without being affected. Soon, even greater forces engulfed the James family and their contemporaries as civil war swept over the land." End quote. When the war came, Frank was of an age to fight, and he joined up with Sterling Price's army. He fought at Wilson's Creek and Lexington before returning home and signing the amnesty in 1862, then at some point figured out that even if he left the war wasn't going to leave him, and joined up with one of the many bushwhacker bands operating in western Missouri. It's not well known who he was fighting with or where exactly he went in the early days. He was just one of many guerrillas roaming the state during this time, but by early 1863 he was riding with Quantrill. He was there at Lawrence and Baxter Springs, and he was there in Texas when Quantrill lost control and his band split up. When the bushwhackers came back to Missouri in the spring of 1864, Frank James was riding with Bloody Bill's outfit. It was around this time that Jessie, now 16 years old, first joined up with the bushwhackers, also with Bloody Bill. It's likely Jessie had wanted to join up and fight alongside Frank for several years by that point, but his firecracker of a mother hadn't allowed it on account of his being too young. But the family had apparently suffered serious persecution at the hands of Unionist militia. Zerelda wasn't exactly the type to keep her opinions to herself, and it's likely she and Jessie were aiding local bushwhackers anyway with food, shelter, and information, and sometime in the summer of 1863, the militia paid them a visit. They tortured Dr. Samuel for information by throwing a rope over a tree limb and hanging him by the neck until nearly dead, several times, and for good measure they gave the 15-year-old Jessie a good whipping. Pretty soon after this, the pregnant Zerelda was thrown in jail for a time in St. Joseph, and if Jessie didn't already have good reason to want to join the bushwhackers, he sure did now. It's not known exactly when Jessie joined Bloody Bill, but he was definitely with him by the summer of 1864, when he suffered a serious chest wound in a fight on August 12th or 13th, which he was not expected to survive but miraculously recovered from. Settle says he was even recovered in time to be present at the Centralia massacre on September 27th, which seems incredible to me. I've seen mixed opinions on this, since many authors believe Jessie would have still been laying low and recovering at the time. Frank James always insisted that Jessie was there, though, and years later even reported that he personally fired the shot that killed Major Johnston, although it seems likely this was one of those stories that were embellished later. Frank and Jessie were separated at the end of the war. Frank went to Kentucky with Quantrill and surrendered shortly after Quantrill's death. Jessie apparently became fast friends with Archie Clement, and after the death of Bloody Bill, rode to Texas with Clement and Jim Anderson before coming back to resume bushwhacking in the spring. From Settle again, quote, "There is an often repeated story that in May or June of 1865, Jesse James, having returned from Texas, started with a group into Lexington to surrender and receive parole. In spite of the white flag the men carried, Union soldiers fired on them. Jesse was wounded, a bullet penetrating his chest a short distance from the scar of the wound of August 1864. 2 soldiers followed the fleeing Jesse into the woods, but gave up the pursuit when their quarry shot one of their horses. That night, Jesse lay in the bed of a creek to soothe his fever. The next day, he dragged himself to a field, where he was found by a plowman. When he had recovered strength enough to travel, friends helped him to his mother's new home in Nebraska. Major J.B. Rogers, in command at Lexington, is said to have paid for his transportation. Whatever the truth of this story, it is certain that Jesse suffered a serious wound at this time. The scars from this wound and the earlier one, in addition to the tipless middle finger on his left hand, were to serve as identifying marks when he was killed. The fingertip probably was lost in June of 1864 in a battle in which 2 Clay Countyans named Bigelow were killed by the Jameses and others, commanded by Fletcher Taylor. But Jesse's loss of a fingertip has also been credited variously to the marksmanship of soldiers of the 2nd Colorado Cavalry, to that of a prominent lawyer and Union soldier of Columbia, Missouri named Carrie H. Gordon, and to the accidental firing of Jesse's own gun." End quote. He makes reference to Zerelda's new home in Nebraska there. Reuben and Zerelda Samuel were banished from their Clay County home in early 1865 and resettled in Rouleau, right across the Missouri River in the extreme southeastern corner of Nebraska. They had 3 children of their own by then, in addition to Frank, Jesse, and Susan. And to give you an idea of how outspokenly pro-Confederate the Samuels were, or at least Zerelda, their 3rd child, born in October 1863, was a daughter named Fanny Quantrell Samuel, so named according to Zerelda because she wanted to have a Quantrill in the family. Their 4th child was born in July 1866 after their return to Clay County and was named Archie, after little Archie Clement, which apparently was Jesse's idea. So these were Frank and Jesse's formative years, especially Jesse since he was younger. Frank was older and had more experience as a bushwhacker than Jesse, but Bill Anderson is supposed to have said of Jesse, quote, "Not to have any beard, he is the keenest and cleanest fighter in the command." End quote. Like much of what's said about the James brothers during the war, it's hard to know if Anderson really said that or if it was made up later as part of the legend. Jesse spent 8 weeks living with his mother in Nebraska immediately after the war while recovering from the lingering effects of his 2nd serious chest wound. It was during this time that Jesse was nursed by his first cousin, Zerelda Mims, known as Z to distinguish her from Jesse's mother. Apparently he fell in love with her, and they were engaged, although they wouldn't actually get married until 1874. After his time in Nebraska, Jesse eventually came back to Clay County with the family and lived in peace. Settle writes, quote, "As the war closed, Frank and Jesse were not notorious. Neither had attained leadership among the bushwhackers. Their names were not those that had attracted public or official attention. Hence, one wonders if their later notoriety may not have caused their guerrilla comrades to exaggerate their wartime deeds. Among these men, Jesse had acquired a nickname that stayed with him, Dingus. He had used the word as an exclamation one time when part of his equipment pinched him painfully, and he was immediately dubbed with it. Frank James was Buck to his intimates. For over 4 years after the end of the war, the James boys lived at their mother's home and came and went as they pleased. They apparently cultivated the farm when they were there and got along with their neighbors without serious difficulty, in spite of their participation in the most immediate violence of the war in Missouri. During this time, Jesse joined the Baptist church in Kearney and was baptized. Had he and Frank never become involved in post-war banditry, they could, without any question, have lived peaceably at home. Examples are numerous of former Quantrill men who lived in peace and prospered quietly after the war. Many of the wartime irregulars, however, instead of settling down, continued to harass the countryside. As late as 1867, the problem of lawlessness was so serious in Clay County and in Ray County, immediately east of Clay, that local committees of safety were formed by the citizenry. At times, the state militia was entrusted with the administration of the law, but it was frequently charged with greater lawlessness than the people in the areas it was supposed to control. Violence in the form of stealing, robbing, and killing was widespread and frequent." End quote. Frank and Jesse would eventually be accused of involvement in all 5 of the pre-Gallatin robberies and attempted robberies from 1866 to 68, 4 in Missouri and 1 in Kentucky, but there's not really any direct evidence to show that they were. Just thinking about it logically, though, all of the Missouri robberies happened within easy riding distance of their home in Clay County. And judging by their conduct in the Gallatin robbery, let's just say they seem to have had some prior experience with robbing banks and kind of knew what they were doing. But there's another possible motive for the Gallatin raid besides robbing the bank. The cold-blooded murder of Captain Sheets does not seem necessary at all if the objective was just to rob the bank, judging by the fact that a couple of the previous robberies had been completely bloodless. You didn't necessarily have to kill people in a bank robbery, and it turned out this particular robbery only netted the James boys about $700, which seems pretty measly. And besides that, by all accounts, Jesse gave Sheets no warning at all. He just shot him dead. Sheets didn't make a move of any kind against him, and Jesse didn't even order him to open the cash drawer or do anything else that would have indicated a holdup before pulling out his pistol and shooting him in the head. There's a couple of theories on why he did it, and the common theme is that his motive was likely vengeance for the death of Bloody Bill Anderson. One theory says it was a case of mistaken identity. Apparently, Sheets bore a strong resemblance to Colonel Samuel P. Cox, who also lived in Gallatin at the time and had been the commander of the militia force that had killed Bloody Bill. So the theory is that Jesse mistook Sheets for Cox and impulsively killed him on sight. Or it could even have been that Frank and Jesse came to Gallatin in the first place more to kill Cox than to rob the bank. Another theory is that Jesse did know who Sheets was, and for one reason or another considered him to have also been involved in Bloody Bill's death alongside Cox. Either way, this is the first crime that they can be pretty definitively tied to. Jesse's horse was recognized and tracked back to Clay County by two Gallatin citizens who first rode into Liberty and picked up the deputy sheriff and his son before riding out to the Samuel farm. The four men surrounded the house, but before they could make a move, one of the Samuel's former slaves tipped off Frank and Jesse, who happened to be hiding in the barn, and the brothers galloped out the barn door on horseback and made their escape before going into the brush and reverting to their bushwhacker training. I can really only speculate as to why the James brothers decided to turn outlaw, especially if it was the case that they really had been innocent of any involvement in the previous robberies. Maybe they experienced some persecution by Unionist militia or neighbors. But if that were the case, 1869 seems like a fairly late date to be taking this kind of drastic action, since the post-war violence had mostly died down by then, at least in Missouri. It could be that they were driven into doing something to avenge Bloody Bill's death by their mother's proud, outspoken, unreconstructed Southern woman inclinations. Or it could be that, like Archie Clement, Jim Anderson, or any of the other dozens of ex-bushwhackers who either started robbing banks or fled to Texas after the war, they'd had a taste of war, figured out they were pretty good at it, and decided they didn't want to settle down and live a peaceful life. Whatever the case, this murder and robbery at Gallatin was the first act that really started the James brothers on their road to notoriety. And before the year of 1869 was out, they found help from an unexpected quarter, from a man who probably did more for the creation of the James brothers legend than the actual events of their career. Now, before I get into this section of the story, I have to say that, generally speaking, I dislike historiography. When I say historiography, what I mean is something like meta-historical storytelling. If history is a story about events that happened in the past, historiography is a story about the story. It looks at how the story of an event has been told over time and how it has changed and been influenced by the times and perspectives of the historians telling it, in addition to the people involved in the events themselves. I'm sure there's a more academic definition of this that I don't really know or understand, but this is how I'm using it. I'm not an academic, and this is my show, so the important thing is that you, dear listener, understand what I'm talking about when I use the term. The point is, though, I don't know if this is a problem with historiography or with me, but I don't like it. I think it's usually kind of gay to go all meta and tell me a story about a story. I'd rather just hear the story from the perspective of whoever happens to be telling it and be left to draw my own conclusions about the events themselves. And for that reason, I've stayed away from talking about historiography in this series. I'm well aware there have been a multitude of perspectives on the Civil War over the last 160 years, but I have not made it my mission to tell you about them all. My purpose has been, and still remains, to tell you the story from my perspective, as I understand it today, as best I can and as honestly as I can with the limited knowledge I have. And I leave it up to the listener to judge how successful I've been at that. But all that being said, with this story in particular, the story of the James brothers, you can't avoid talking about historiography. Their case really is a special one, even more so than that of Quantrill or Anderson, because of the way their story would be told and evolve during the time of their own careers. The James brothers became legends in their own lifetime, and in a really wild way, the way their story is told will end up kind of looping back on itself and actually influencing the events of the later parts of their career. As a comparison, imagine a boxer with a long and storied career, let's say Mike Tyson. Undeniably one of the best to ever do it, undisputed world heavyweight champion for several years, went to prison for rape, came back, won a couple more heavyweight titles. Then in 2024, he comes back to fight an exhibition against some YouTuber named Jake Paul at age 58 and after more than 20 years out of the ring. I watched that fight, and it was a clown show, as you probably know if you saw it or heard about it. But here's the point. That fight would not have happened at all if Mike Tyson wasn't Mike Tyson. There's a reason it wasn't Jake Paul versus Evander Holyfield, for example. The character Mike Tyson was during his heyday, and the way his career was covered by the media, influenced the decision to have him fight Jake Paul at age 58. And that decision will influence his lasting legacy as a boxer, probably not in a good way as far as I'm concerned. This is what I'm talking about when I say at a certain level of notoriety, the story people tell about a man actually influences the man and the later events of his life, and it'll be a similar kind of thing with Frank and Jesse James. The earliest major figure who shaped the telling of the story of the James brothers got to work immediately after the Gallatin robbery. This figure is a man we've actually met before in this series, if only briefly. His name was John Newman Edwards. Edwards was a Confederate cavalry officer, adjutant to Joe Shelby, rode with Price's army in his Great Raid of 1864. If you'll recall all the way back in, I think it was part 8 of this series, where I read a little bit from the preface of Albert Castell's biography of Quantrill, where he contrasted two opposing narratives that were told about the famous raider, one by the extremely pro-Confederate Edwards and the other by his extremely pro-Union counterpart, William Elsie Connolly. This is what he says about Edwards' writing in that preface. Quote, Quantrill was the stuff from which legends are made. That is what his first biographer, John Newman Edwards, set out to do. Edwards was a Missouri journalist, a one-time Confederate major, and an unreconstructed rebel. When not getting drunk on whiskey, which was all too often, he intoxicated himself with words, employing eloquent language to describe grandiloquent deeds. In 1877, he published Noted Guerrillas, or The Warfare of the Border. Its hero was Quantrill, and a most heroic one at that, being depicted as a combination of the Count of Monte Cristo, Robin Hood, and Sir Galahad. Along with his followers, whom Edwards portrayed as equally brave, dashing, and romantic, Quantrill waged an epic struggle of revenge and retaliation against the dastardly Kansas raiders known as Jayhawkers. His struggle continued until the Confederate cause was lost in Missouri, whereupon he went to Kentucky and to his death, fighting to the last. Such was the picture painted by Edwards of Quantrill and the guerrillas. It pleased Southerners in general and Missourians with Southern sympathies in particular. On the other hand, most Northerners, and especially Kansans, rejected it. To them, Quantrill and his men were demons, not demigods. End quote. There's a reason Edwards was able to so successfully portray Quantrill as Robin Hood in his book published in 1877. He'd had a lot of practice with creative writing before that. If you read Joe Shelby's reports from during the war, many of which were written by Edwards, his adjutant, you'll find they read more like romantic adventure novels than military reports. In 1867, Edwards published his first book, Shelby and His Men, which told the story of Shelby's command during the war in the same style. Throughout the rest of the 1860s and 1870s, Edwards worked as an editor and reporter for various newspapers in Missouri, and it was in this capacity that he helped build the legend of the James brothers. A pattern started after the Gallatin robbery that would continue for the rest of their careers. Shortly after the robbery, a letter was published in the Kansas City Times claiming to have been written by Jesse James. In the letter, Jesse denied any guilt in the Gallatin robbery, denied that he had even been at Gallatin at all, and that he had run when the posse came to the Samuel farm because he feared being lynched, like Thomas Little and several other Quantrill men had been in the past few years. He said he would come in and surrender himself to the law if only he could be guaranteed a fair trial. And then he wrote, quote, "But I never will surrender to be mobbed by a set of bloodthirsty poltroons. It is true that during the war I was a Confederate soldier and fought under the black flag, but since then I have lived a peaceable citizen and obeyed the laws of the United States to the best of my knowledge." End quote. Jesse's friends and family in Clay County would cover for him, providing character statements and corroborations of his alibi. In particular, his mother, stepfather, and sister all stated under oath that the horse which had been recognized at Gallatin had actually been sold 2 days before the robbery and no longer belonged to Jesse, and that Jesse had been at home in Clay County all day on the day of the crime. Now guess who the editor of the Kansas City Times was who published Jesse's letter? That's right, John Newman Edwards. And similarly, most if not all of the subsequent letters which would be published immediately after later crimes attributed to the James brothers also would appear in newspapers edited by John Newman Edwards. Each letter would be written in the first person from Jesse's point of view and claimed to have come from Jesse, and this is one of those things that I'm not sure could be definitively proven, but it seems incredibly likely that Edwards was just writing all these letters himself. The general pattern was that Jesse, or Edwards in character as Jesse, would deny guilt for whatever crime he was responding to, while at the same time justifying the crime for various reasons related to the war, Reconstruction politics, and the ongoing hard feelings between Unionists and secessionists in Missouri. We'll look at some of those reasons as we go and talk about more of the James brothers' crimes. But one thing that sort of leads me to conclude that yes, these letters were just written by Edwards is the lack of any mention of Frank in this first one. You'd think if Jesse was going to deny his own guilt in a letter, he'd want to give his brother an alibi too, since Frank was also accused. On the other hand, though, Jesse was an educated, literate man, having come from what you might call an upper-middle-class family from Missouri at the time. He would have been perfectly capable of writing the letters himself. By all accounts, he was known to have a streak of the theatrical in his personality, and writing these kinds of letters does sound like something he would do. On the theory that Jesse actually wrote the letters himself, the fact that they were all published in papers edited by Edwards could be explained by Edwards being Jesse's friend and main media contact. It's hard to know which is the case, but either way, the letters focused mainly on Jesse, especially early on. The fact that Jesse wrote letters and Frank didn't could also be accounted for by the difference in personality between the two. Edwards wrote of them, quote, "Jesse James, the youngest, has a face as smooth and innocent as the face of a schoolgirl. The blue eyes, very clear and penetrating, are never at rest. His form is tall, graceful, and capable of great endurance and great effort. There is always a smile on his lips and a graceful word or compliment for all with whom he comes in contact. Looking at his small white hands with their long tapering fingers, one would not imagine that with a revolver they were among the quickest and deadliest hands in all the West. Frank is older and taller. Jesse's face is a perfect oval. Frank's is long, white about the forehead, square and massive about the jaws and chin, and set always in a look of fixed repose. Jesse is light-hearted, reckless, devil-may-care. Frank sober, sedate, a dangerous man always in ambush in the midst of society. Jesse knows there is a price upon his head and discusses the whys and wherefores of it. Frank knows it too, but it chafes him sorely and arouses all the tiger that is in his heart. Neither will be taken alive. Killed, that may be. Having long ago shaken hands with life, when death does come, it will come to those who, neither surprised nor disappointed, will greet him with the exclamation, "How now, old fellow?" End quote. And the trend of Jesse's popularity would also continue throughout their careers. Jesse would become by far the more famous of the brothers, despite being the younger and less experienced one, despite Frank being seemingly the more natural leader of the gang they eventually rode with, and these letters written in his name probably had a lot to do with that. Settle in his biography even sort of hints that one reason Edwards focused more on Jesse might have been his alliterative name. Jesse James just rolls off the tongue. It's like he was born to be famous. Frank James, maybe not so much. I don't think that's something you could ever prove, but if that were the case, how about that for an accident of history, right? So the point here is that the events of the James brothers' outlaw career would become heavily influenced by the stories that were told about them during their career, and that's due in large part to the influence of John Newman Edwards. If Edwards didn't write Jesse's letters himself, he was at least the editor of the papers that published most of them. The next robbery attributed to the James brothers took place on June 3, 1871, when they hit the Achabok Brothers Bank in Corydon, Iowa. This was a bloodless robbery. The whole town was gathered in the church for some meeting of local political importance, leaving one cashier alone in the bank. 4 men held up the cashier at gunpoint, took $6,000, and were already some distance away from town by the time a posse could be organized to go after them. They retreated south into Missouri, directly toward the James brothers' home in Clay County. By their descriptions, the 2 men with the James brothers were determined to be Cole Younger and Clell Miller, both ex-bushwhackers themselves. It's at this robbery that we see the nucleus forming of what would become known as the James Younger Gang. Of the 4, Miller was the only one ever arrested for this particular crime, but he was acquitted based on the testimony of witnesses who claimed to have seen him in Missouri on the day of the crime. The gang struck again at the Deposit Bank in Columbia, Kentucky on April 29, 1872. This robbery went awry. The cashier was shot dead when he tried to alert the town to what was happening, and the robbers were forced to just grab what cash they could see and get out, which amounted to only $600. There were 5 men in the gang this time. The James brothers and Cole Younger were identified. Likely Clell Miller was there too, and it's not known who the 5th man was, but it was likely Cole's brother Jim. Next came one of the more famous episodes in the career of the James Younger Gang. And to illustrate the evolving attitudes of Missourians toward them, I'll let William Settle pick up the story from here. Quote, "The gang, in extending its enterprises into a neighboring state, did not neglect its home area. Back in Missouri, the Kansas City Fair was drawing large crowds. On September 26, 1872, 3 mounted men rode up to the gate in the midst of an estimated 10,000 people. A report written several years later romanticized what happened. One of the riders dismounted and approached the cashier, to whom he said, 'What if I was to say I was Jesse James and told you to hand out that tin box of money? What would you say?' 'I'd say I'd see you in hell first,' was the tempestuous reply. 'Well, that's just who I am, Jesse James, and you had better hand it out pretty damned quick or—' The leveling of a Navy revolver finished the sentence, and out came the box. Contemporary reports describe the robbery differently. According to them, one of the bandits walked up to the cashier and, without any bold talk, seized the tin cash box, hurriedly pocketed its contents, and threw it away. Ben Wallace, the ticket seller, ran out of the booth and grappled with the robber, but a Confederate opened fire, and Wallace released his grip. A bullet intended for Wallace inflicted a severe flesh wound in the leg of a small girl in the crowd. The man with the money mounted his horse and with his 2 comrades dashed away from the fairgrounds and into the woods. Their daring yielded a mere $978. Only a few minutes before the robbery, several $1,000s had been sent to the bank. The lives of a helpless crowd had been endangered and an innocent child injured for a relatively small sum of money." End quote. Now, these 2 bank robberies had both come with the usual letters from Jesse James published in the papers, but Edwards really kicked his publicity campaign into high gear after the fairground robbery. Settle continues, quote, Yet there was one who saw the event in a different light, John N. Edwards. In his report on the front page of the Times, he termed the incident a deed so high-handed, so diabolically daring, and so utterly in contempt of fear that we are bound to admire it and revere its perpetrators. He denounced the act as a crime, but praised the actors, men who can so coolly and calmly plan and so quietly and daringly execute a scheme in the light of day, in the face of the authorities, and in the very teeth of the most immense multitude of people that was ever in our city, deserve at least admiration for their bravery and nerve. 2 days later, in an editorial titled The Chivalry of Crime, Edwards expressed his esteem for the Civil War guerrillas now accused of lawlessness. They were to him as chivalrous as any character created by Sir Walter Scott. Their way of life was chivalric, poetic, superb. He wrote, quoting Edwards now, "There are men in Jackson, Cass, and Clay, a few there are left, who learned to dare when there was no such word as quarter in the dictionary of the border. Men who have carried their lives in their hands so long that they do not know how to commit them over into the keeping of the laws and regulations that exist now, and these men sometimes rob. But it is always in the glare of day and in the teeth of the multitude. With them, booty is but the second thought, the wild drama of the adventure first. These men never go upon the highway in lonesome places to plunder the pilgrim. That they leave to the ignobler pack of jackals. But they ride at midday into the county seat while court is sitting, take the cash out of the vault and put the cashier in, and ride out of town to the music of cracking pistols. These men are bad citizens, but they are bad because they live out of their time. The 19th century, with its Sybaric civilization, is not the social soil for men who might have sat with Arthur at the Round Table, ridden at tourney with Sir Lancelot, or won the colors of Guinevere. Men who might have shattered the cask of Brian de Bois Guilbert, shivered a lance with Ivanhoe, or won the smile of the Hebrew maiden, and men who could have met Turpin and Duval and robbed them of their ill-gotten booty on Hounslow Heath. Such as these are they who awed the multitude on Thursday. What they did we condemn, but the way they did it we cannot help admiring. It was as though 3 bandits had come to us from the storied Odenwald, with the halo of medieval chivalry upon their garments, and shown us how the things were done that poets sing of. Nowhere else in the United States, or in the civilized world probably, could this thing have been done. It was done here, not because the protectors of person and property were less efficient, but because the bandits were more dashing and skillful, not because honest Missourians have less nerve, but because freebooting Missourians have more." Back to Settle. Although Edwards' editorial on the robbery at the fair did not refer specifically to Frank and Jesse James, it showed his attitude toward the band of outlaws of which they were said to be members. Soon he was denying their guilt while at the same time justifying their crimes and lauding their bravery and valor. His effusive defense and glorification of the James Band continued until his death in 1889 and constituted a major influence in transforming Jesse James's public image from a ruthless robber and murderer into a modern Robin Hood. Many of the facts of the lives of members of the band were first made known by Edwards' pen, to be repeated by other writers unquestioningly. By 1872, Edwards had made the cause of the James Band his own, and he found willing ears among the sons of the South in Missouri who remembered not only the years of the war, but also the years of proscription that followed. End quote. Now here's where I want to point out that a legend like the one Edwards was forging could never have taken root in the first place without an audience. Without an audience who wanted to hear this stuff, or at least was receptive to it, Edwards would have been just some guy glorifying violent criminals. Which begs the question, who was Edwards writing for? Well, clearly he was writing for Southern sympathetic Missourians who'd been put out and made second-class citizens by the radical Republican post-war political environment. It's worth taking a minute to appreciate the situation these people were in, because this is why the story of the James Gang is inseparable from the story of the Border War. There's another book I read for this episode called Jesse James, Last Rebel of the Civil War by T.J. Stiles. Now, if you follow me on Substack, you'll already know that I can't stand this book. It might be my most hated book that I read for this whole series, but I suffered through the whole thing. Look, I'm a Southern sympathizer. I make no secret of that. And Stiles' book is so laughably anti-Southern biased that it's ridiculous. Before I make the point I want to make with this book, I want to illustrate Stiles' bias for you because I think it'll add some weight to what I want to say. First of all, it's not just a biography of Jesse James. It's a history of the times Jesse lived in, too, from his childhood through the end of his life. Stiles gives a fairly detailed history of the Bleeding Kansas era and the Missouri Guerrilla War, and the whole time he's giving every excuse and mitigating factor he can think of for the depredations of Kansas Jayhawkers and Missouri Unionists, while describing the brutality of bushwhackers in the most extreme terms he possibly can. But the most egregious thing he does is to leave out the burning of Osceola completely. He does not mention it once in the entire book, not even when he talks about the motives of the bushwhackers who raided Lawrence in 1863. I know that Stiles knows about Osceola because I've read a bunch of the books that he cites: Brownlee, Goodrich, Castell, Fellman, Monahan, etc. They all talk about it and specifically mention it as motivation for the Lawrence raid, and so did the bushwhackers themselves, by the way. So Stiles doesn't get the ignorance excuse. I know he's read those books because he cites them. If he disagrees with the generally accepted take on Osceola, he needs to explain why, but instead he chooses to ignore it completely. So the reason I tell you this, besides venting my own frustration at having to read this book, is to point out that Stiles is no Confederate sympathizer. He's quite the opposite, in fact. And yet listen to what he writes about the new state constitution that the radical Republicans passed in Missouri immediately after the war in 1865. And by the way, when he says conservatives here, he's talking about moderate Unionists. He writes, quote, "Conservatives found something to hate above all else in the proposed Constitution, the oath. Intended to preserve in purity the elective franchise to loyal citizens, the oath required each potential voter to swear that he had not committed any of 86 acts of rebellion, including simply expressing sympathy for the rebels in general or any individual rebel. The convention mandated the oath not only for electors, but also candidates for office, jurors, lawyers, corporation officers and trustees, and teachers. It was even required of Christian ministers. A comprehensive registration system was to sift through the voters every 2 years. County supervisors and local boards would have the right to bar anyone from the polls whom they suspected of disloyalty. The radicals called it the ironclad oath. The conservatives dubbed it the Code of Draco, after the ancient Athenian legislator who made almost all criminal offenses punishable by death. The Constitution, William F. Switzler argued, was created in a spirit of malice and revenge, unworthy of a victorious and magnanimous people. On a less lofty plane, they feared that it would cost them any hope of winning statewide elections, for the radicals had a clear majority of the Unionist population. If the letter of the law is carried out, explained one Missourian, very many who stayed out of the rebel army but sympathized with and otherwise aided the Southern cause will be disfranchised. And here is where the shoe pinches. The oath promised to strip the ballot from perhaps 35,000 to 50,000 men, all of them likely conservative voters. The radicals, on the other hand, saw the oath as the Constitution's most important element. On one level, it represented the final triumph of free labor ideology. Slavery, the Republicans had always argued, blighted society in general. The oath would drive the old rebels and slaveholders out of Missouri and attract Yankee immigrants, remaking it into a northern state and unlocking growth and prosperity. Which would you prefer, asked radical leader B. Gratz Brown in May 1865, to have Missouri filled with men from Price's and Dick Taylor's armies, or with loyal men from Ohio, New York, and New England? End quote. Now, if you had just come through this kind of a war and ended up on the winning side, I think you could probably be excused for feeling a little bit vindictive. After hearing about what the bushwhackers did at Centralia, Lawrence, and countless other places not well known enough to be named, you probably wouldn't want the people who aided and supported those guys to ever hold political power again. That's understandable. What the radicals ended up doing, though, kind of amounted to a purity spiral. To them, moderate Unionists might as well have been secessionists. We've talked about how confusing and terrifying the war was for civilians caught in the middle of it on both sides. Support people gave to bushwhackers was often coerced. If not explicitly coerced, it was often given under implicit threat of violence. And certainly many people, like Zerelda Samuel, supported them willingly and enthusiastically. But you can be sure that when it came to this oath, and investigating whether or not people had supported rebels during the war, the radicals were not sifting through all this nuance. What they did was to take a large segment of the population who had never stopped being American citizens, by the way, and completely remove them from all political representation. Not only former rebels and their sympathizers, but also many moderate Unionists as well, now had no legal recourse to their state or local government for redress of grievances. There was a case in July 1865 where James Butler Hickok, a.k.a. Wild Bill Hickok, had beef with an ex-bushwhacker named Dave Tutt in Springfield. They drew down in the town square, Hickok killed Tutt, and then was acquitted of murder on grounds of self-defense. Was it really self-defense? Well, it's hard to know because Hickok was a former Union scout, and thanks to the oath, the court, including the jury, was made up entirely of Union men. On top of that, you hear radicals like B. Gratz Brown in that quote I just read talking about packing Missouri with Yankees from Ohio, New York, and New England. And there was now nothing to be done about that by anyone who cared about maintaining Missouri's pre-war Southern identity. Remember when the Kansas-Nebraska Act was passed, how certain people were getting a little hysterical about the possibility of the slave power infiltrating and taking over the North with Kansas as their staging area? Well, now the reverse was happening. And there was no small amount of violence in response to this by the conservatives and secessionists, by the way. This repression had already been going on for 4 years by the time of the Gallatin robbery, when the first of the Jesse James letters appeared in the Kansas City Times. The unreconstructed rebel John Newman Edwards saw his champion in Jesse James, a man who could be a figurehead for Missouri's disfranchised and downtrodden, and it was these people who the story appealed to. To make the optics of this even better from Edwards' perspective, the James gang had been robbing banks. And guess who owned the banks? For the most part, it was the radical Republicans and the new Yankee immigrants. In particular, the Clay County Savings Bank in Liberty, the first one hit in 1866, was well known as a radical Republican institution. The portrayal by Edwards would show the gang as Robin Hood and his merry men, robbing from the rich and giving to the poor, and while there's nothing to indicate they ever actually gave anything to the poor, the grain of truth to that is that they were in fact robbing the rich. More importantly, they were robbing Yankees. They were not common highwaymen robbing travelers on the roads for the most part. They either were already or were fast becoming America's first professional bank robbers. And just to not romanticize this overly much, just practically speaking for the robbers, their potential for a big haul would be much greater hitting banks than it would be robbing random people on the roads, especially with Missouri's impoverished condition after the war. You don't need some idealistic Robin Hood-esque motive to explain their targets, but, well, Edwards was going to take advantage of that perception. On May 27, 1873, the four men, likely the Jameses plus Younger and Miller, held up a bank at St. Genevieve, Missouri, and took about $4,000. This was a little outside their normal range, being in southeastern Missouri up against the Mississippi River, but given that they'd been all the way to central Kentucky before, it wasn't out of the question. It was also in 1873 that they started robbing a new kind of target, trains. On July 21st of that year, a gang loosened a rail outside Council Bluffs, Iowa. Engineer John Rafferty saw the missing rail as his train approached and slammed on the brakes, but he didn't quite stop in time. The engine wheels rolled into the gap, then the engine rolled over on its side, crushing Rafferty, but the rest of the train stopped before derailing. The gang was only able to grab $2,000 from the express company safe, then they robbed some passengers of their valuables and made off back towards Clay County, Missouri. January 31st, 1874 saw Missouri's first train robbery at the Gads Hill Depot about 100 miles south of St. Louis. Settle writes, quote, "A few minutes before the train was due to pass at 5:40 p.m., 5 men walked into the depot and with pointed guns took control of the station agent and several visitors, practically the entire male population of the hamlet. A signal flag placed on the track brought the approaching train to a halt, and as the conductor stepped off the train, he faced the muzzle of a six-shooter instead of a passenger. The highwaymen boarded the train, robbed the passengers of their money and jewelry, rifled the mail bags, and took the contents of the express safe, estimated at amounts varying from $2,000 to $22,000. After ordering the trainmen to be on their way to Little Rock, the robbers made for the woods. Before departing, one of the bandits handed a crewman a written account of the incident, surprisingly accurate and even providing a blank space in which the amount of the loot could be recorded. 7 miles south at Piedmont, the nearest telegraph station, the engineer reported the affair. Posses formed early the next morning, but were too late to be effective. In the course of this robbery, a passenger suspected by the robbers of being a Pinkerton detective was taken to a private compartment and stripped of his clothing, apparently in the belief that the search would reveal some mark that would establish his identity. The hands of each male passenger were examined to determine if he was a working man, the robbers stating, according to reports, that they did not want to rob working men or ladies, but the money and valuables of the plug-hat gentleman was what they sought. Their retreat evidently was westward across the state, and accounts were soon brought to the towns of their obtaining meals and lodging at farm homes along the way. Reportedly, they conducted themselves as gentlemen, paying for everything they got. In spite of the bandits' well-advertised solicitude for working men and of their gentlemanly habits, the governor of Missouri offered a reward of $2,000 for the bodies of each one of the robbers. The Gad's Hill bandits were generally believed to be the same men who had robbed passengers on a stagecoach between Hot Springs and Malvern, Arkansas 2 weeks earlier. Reports of this robbery form the basis of another element in the James legend, the "we never rob Southerners" facet, which pleased many sympathizers of the lost cause and lent a patriotic motive to the gang's crimes. The truth is, the bandits did not differentiate between Northerners and Southerners except in this one instance. Here the leader, presumably Cole Younger, inquired if any of the victims had served in the Confederate Army. One, G.R. Crump of Memphis, replied that he had. After further questioning, the bandit chief returned Crump's watch and money with the comment that the gang did not want to rob Confederate soldiers. Northerners had driven the members of the gang into banditry, and they intended to make Northerners pay. Among the passengers was John A. Burbank, former governor of Dakota Territory, and he lost heavily to the robbers. End quote. By the early to mid-1870s, the Democrats had broken the radical Republican hold on Missouri, but the James Younger gang's fame only grew. Backed by their apologist and publicity agent Edwards, they reached national notoriety and became a symbol of Southern resistance to Reconstruction. As the robberies continued, the letters from Jesse kept appearing in papers, both denying any involvement in the crimes and praising the chivalry of the criminals. Even with the notoriety, though, the only member of the gang who had ever been apprehended remained Clell Miller after the Corydon, Iowa robbery in 1871. It seems incredible that such a famous bunch of criminals could remain at large for so long when the whole region more or less knew who the culprits were in these crimes, but you have to remember this was a different time. The military presence in Missouri had faded with the cooling of the worst of the post-war violence, and in most cases, the people who ended up responding to the robberies were local law enforcement and citizens of the town that had been hit. Sometimes the pursuit was pretty lackluster. Remember, people oftentimes weren't all that upset about a railroad company or bank losing money. The most vigorous pursuits tended to be after robberies which also involved murder, like the one in Gallatin where Sheets was killed. But even then, the pursuers were faced with the task of hunting down ex-bushwhackers who happened to be proficient guerrilla fighters, which was no easy task on the best of days. And once they were back in Clay County around people they knew, the gang would be sheltered and harbored. It wasn't always locals trying to track down the outlaws, though. As early as the Columbia, Kentucky robbery in 1868, professional detectives were occasionally getting involved. It had been a detective out of Chicago who arrested Clell Miller after the Corydon robbery. But the professionals had all the same problems as local law enforcement and then some, namely that locals, especially in Southern sympathetic areas, were naturally suspicious of the outsiders. They would refuse to cooperate with their investigations, if not outright obstruct them. Then there was the simple question of identification. Today, we're so used to having cameras everywhere that you probably can't walk down a city sidewalk without being caught by dozens or hundreds of them. But back then, there were no photographs of any of the gang members in wide circulation. They would wear masks during their robberies so the victims wouldn't necessarily know their faces well enough to describe them, and their friends and family who did know their faces were probably not going to cooperate with out-of-state detectives. Settle writes of one of these attempts by professional detectives to take the James gang. Quote, in late August 1873, following the train robbery in Iowa, the press reported that detectives hired by the railroad and express companies were again on the trail of the Jameses and Youngers. This time, in company with an Iowa sheriff, the investigators brought a party of men to Allville in Lafayette County. There, a group of Lafayette County vigilants joined them. If an alleged newspaper interview with an anonymous member of the party can be believed, it provides an interesting commentary on the nature of a detective-directed search for desperados in 1873. According to this report, the party struck the trail of the robbers and captured a magnificent mare belonging to one of the James. Losing horses evidently was becoming a habit with Jesse. The search party soon learned that the James boys had gone to join the Youngers at their home near Johnson City in St. Clair County. The Vigilance Committee, as it was called, made its way to Sedalia, 85 miles from the suspected rendezvous. The Missouri, Kansas, and Texas Railroad supplied a special train that took the committee to a point about 15 miles north of Johnson City. From there, they rode in wagons to the vicinity of the town, arriving about midnight. The committee made camp in the woods and sent out scouts. Within 2 hours, the scouting party returned with information that the outlaws were in a house on the outskirts of the village. The entire group sped to the house and surrounded it, but because the men they hoped to capture were known to be desperate, they planned no move until sunrise. Despite their caution, however, they had just assumed their positions for the attack when an excited and impatient member of the group cried, "Close up on it!" No alternative remained, so the attackers moved in on the house and demanded surrender of the robbers. The inmates surrendered easily, for they were all women and children who, besides being frightened, resented having their sleep disturbed. End quote. By the mid-1870s, some of the banks and railroads that had been robbed had gotten together and employed the services of the force they figured would finally put an end to all this, the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. Now, the Pinkertons are considered to be sort of the forerunners to the modern Secret Service. They'd been around since the 1850s, but really rose to prominence in 1861 when the founder, Allan Pinkerton, claimed to have stopped a plot to assassinate President Lincoln in Baltimore. They would be employed as an intelligence service by General McClellan in the early days of the war, and in something of a foreshadow of what their quality would be like in Missouri, the Pinkertons would comically exaggerate Confederate numbers in their reports to McClellan. They were sometimes estimating Confederate numbers at 2 to 3 times what they actually had, which probably contributed to McClellan's characteristic caution early in the war. Later in the 19th century and into the 20th, the Pinkertons would be famously employed as strike-breakers in the various labor wars that went on all over the country. In 1870s Missouri, they were hired to hunt down outlaws like the James Younger gang. Their entry into the hunt was less than spectacular. In March 1874, Pinkerton detective John W. Whicher rode into Liberty in Clay County and told a banker and a former sheriff exactly how he planned to take the James boys. He would disguise himself as a farmhand and go to the Samuel home asking for a job, earn the family's confidence, and then, when he had the opportunity, he would get the drop on Frank and Jesse and bring them in at gunpoint. Well, both men told him that was a stupid idea, and the sheriff is supposed to have added that Zerelda was as likely to kill him as Frank and Jesse were. But Whicher didn't listen. He went out to the Samuel farm alone and got himself bushwhacked. It's not known exactly how he died, but his body was found the next morning in Jackson County, across the Missouri River to the south, with bullet holes in the head and heart. Settle continues on the next run-in with the Pinkertons. Quote, a few days after the murder of Whicher, the Pinkertons lost 2 other men in a fight with John and Jim Younger, brothers of Cole, in St. Clair County near Monegaw Springs. Lewis J. Lull of Chicago, using the name of J.W. Allen, and John Boyle of St. Louis, under the name of James Wright, had gone to St. Clair County and had enlisted the aid of a former deputy sheriff, Edwin B. Daniel. The reports are not in complete agreement as to details, but the general outline of what happened is fairly clear. Lull and Daniel, while riding through the area, stopped at the home of Theodric Snuffer, an old man whose sons were known to be friends with the Youngers, and inquired the way to the widow Sims. By chance, John and Jim Younger were inside the house, eating their noon meal and aware of the stranger's interest in their family. After getting the information they asked for, Lull and Daniel rode away. But Snuffer and the 2 Youngers noted that they did not follow the old man's directions. Their suspicions were sharpened when Boyle, who had been riding some distance behind his companions, passed the house and joined Lowell and Daniel. John and Jim, heavily armed, decided to investigate. They rode after the detectives and upon overtaking them, ordered them to stop. Boyle, in fright, put the spurs to his horse and escaped. The Youngers ordered Lowell and Daniel to unbuckle their cartridge belts, thus letting their guns drop to the ground. John then told his brother to ride after Boyle and bring him back, but Jim refused. One of the Youngers picked up the pistols and examined them, and the brothers then questioned the captives about their purposes, under the menace of cocked guns. Lowell evidently concluded that he and Daniel were about to be killed. He quickly drew a small pistol that he carried concealed in a hip pocket, cocked it, and shot John Younger through the neck. At that moment, Lowell's horse broke for the timber, but John emptied the load of a shotgun into the detective before falling unconscious to the ground. Daniel tried to escape, but Jim pursued him and killed him with a bullet that struck his neck. John Younger was dead when his brother returned to him. Jim quickly removed his brother's pistols and the contents of his pockets, stopped long enough at Snuffer's house to report what had happened and to give instructions for the care of John's body, and rode to safety. After lingering between life and death for 6 weeks, Lowell succumbed in a hotel at Roscoe, Missouri, in the presence of a brother and of his wife of less than a year. End quote. By the early 1870s, the radical Republican political domination had ended, and the Democratic Party had started to experience a resurgence. The liberal Republican B. Gratz Brown served as governor from 1871 to 73, and then the Democrat Silas Woodson was governor from 1873 to 75. As the political winds shifted, the James Younger gang remained a political issue, but for slightly different reasons. Missouri was gaining a bad reputation across the nation as a whole, especially the North, a reputation as the mother of outlaws, as Forrest Carter puts it. In early 1874, in a special message to the Missouri General Assembly, Governor Woodson requested an appropriation of $10,000 for the purpose of hiring agents to capture outlaws. The measure, called the Suppression of Outlawry Act, passed overwhelmingly in both the House and Senate, but interestingly enough, the James brothers and their associates were not mentioned by name in the bill. Settle writes again, quote, Woodson's special message came at a time when newspapers in other states were criticizing Missouri for permitting banditry, and Republican papers within the state were beginning to make lawlessness a political issue. This censure from within and without the state continued for a dozen years. Some that came from Republican states was primarily political in purpose. The ascendancy of the Republican Party in national politics rested on tenuous ground, and every state counted. Missouri was again in the Democratic column, and there was little to no prospect of its reverting to the Republican, but the situation in Missouri might be used to deter other states from voting Democratic. In addition to politics, economic rivalries, sectional feelings, and the contemptuous attitude of the East toward the West made the press receptive toward news of lawlessness within Missouri. Then, too, the whims of newspaper editors obviously accounted for policies of some papers without regard to other purposes. End quote. Of course, as was characteristic of the time and of American politics generally, Democratic papers were going to hit back. Settle cites a Kansas City Times article that said, quote, Robbers in Democratic Missouri are outlaws, with a price on their head, while robbers in radical Kansas are elected to the highest offices in the state. Democrats may not be good at catching fugitive thieves, but they can be counted on to not elevate such cattle to the highest offices in the state. End quote. Interestingly enough, if you trace the lineage of Missouri's political alignments, remember the three we talked about at the beginning of the war were radical or unconditional Unionists, moderate or conditional Unionists, and secessionists, you'll find that the Republicans of the late 1860s and early 1870s trace back to the radical Unionists, and the Democrats trace back to both the moderate Unionists and the secessionists. There was briefly something called the liberal Republican movement that kind of traces to moderate Unionists, but that didn't last very long. And by the time of Woodson's governorship, you had former moderate Unionists and former Confederates aligning in a political coalition against radical Unionists. So by the mid-1870s, you had this growing current in Missouri politics that was not necessarily anti-James gang in particular, but was definitely anti-outlawry in general. These people were concerned about the modernization of the country, about bringing industry and railroads and money into Missouri, and they worried that if lawlessness was such an ongoing problem, their state would be a less attractive place for northern and eastern businessmen to bring in all that stuff they wanted. This came at a time when the James Younger Gang was truly gaining national renown, either as modern-day Robin Hoods or as unredeemable monsters, depending on who you asked. The Council Bluffs and Gads Hill train robberies, along with Edwards' publicity campaign, had seen to that. Everybody loves a good love story, and in April 1874, Jesse James married his cousin, Z. Mims, after being engaged for 9 years. As weird as that sounds to us today, it seems that in the 19th century, while cousin marriage wasn't exactly common, it wasn't really looked on as degenerate the way it is now. That stigma came later in the early 20th century. So this was a PR win for the Edwards types when it came to Jesse James. They could tell a love story and write him as a family man. Frank James was also married around this time to one Annie Ralston of Kansas City, although, as was to be expected given the pattern so far, his marriage was far less publicized than Jesse's. He'd actually married Annie under the alias Reynolds and kept his true identity a secret from Annie's father until after they'd eloped, when he found out through other family members who Frank really was. Shortly after the marriage, on August 30th, 2 omnibuses were robbed about 25 miles apart, one on the Carrollton-Waverly Road and one just across the Missouri River from Lexington. For an omnibus, just imagine a large horse-drawn carriage for passengers, bigger than a stagecoach. Anyway, these holdups were apparently both committed by members of the James Younger Gang who had separated. Jesse would claim to have been out of the country at the time, on his honeymoon in Mexico, or at least out of the state in Texas. It seems unlikely that he ever went to Mexico. He might have gone to Texas, near Sherman, where the bushwhackers had wintered after the Lawrence raid in 1863, but even if he had gone to Texas, he must have been back in Missouri by this time, because testimony from the Lexington omnibus robbery seems to indicate that he was there. Both of these holdups were bloodless, and the Lexington robbery in particular seems to have been quite the theatrical affair. While it was in progress, a crowd gathered on the bluffs across the river and watched the 9 passengers being robbed of their valuables. Settle writes, quote, "Everyone, victims, witnesses, and highwaymen, seemed to enjoy the event. One of the passengers, a Professor J.L. Allen, who had just arrived from Kentucky to establish a male academy in Lexington, is reported to have said that night that he was exceedingly glad, as he had to be robbed, that it was done by first-class artists, by men of national reputation. This happy man had been forced to trade his fine coat and vest for a worn and dirty linen duster." End quote. One witness would report to the papers that she recognized Frank, Jesse, and one of the younger brothers, but later retracted her identification after receiving a letter from Zerelda Samuel. Zerelda, for her part, actually traveled to Lexington and did an interview with the Lexington Caucasian, in which she claimed that both the James boys had been in Mexico and that some other gang was now plagiarizing on their reputation. It seems the gang had figured out that splitting up could be a winning strategy. On December 7th and 8th of 1874, a bank at Corinth, Mississippi, and a train near Muncie, Kansas were robbed. These robberies are thought to have been committed by different parts of the gang which had split up, but it turned out to be another nice little PR tool for Edwards because he could always claim that the gang couldn't be in 2 places at once, and maybe that was part of the reason for doing it that way. Despite all this, though, it seems that by this time, public opinion was slowly turning against the James Younger Gang. They always had their hard core of supporters in Clay County among their friends and family, but the forces of progress weren't going to be stopped by one band of outlaws, regardless of how popular they might be in certain circles. Then in January of 1875, something happened which would swing the pendulum wildly back in their favor. On the night of January 26th, half a dozen or so Pinkertons and local men surrounded the sleeping Samuel house in Clay County. They threw a device of some kind through a window, after which there was an explosion inside the house. It was hotly debated at the time what exactly the device was. The Edwards types, of course, would claim it was a bomb, but it seems that in all likelihood it was an incendiary device meant to set the house on fire slowly, and force Frank and Jesse out where they could be captured or killed. Either way, there was an explosion, and the explanation goes that the device was a hollow iron ball filled with kerosene or something and wrapped in rags to act as a wick, then set on fire. When Zerelda or Dr. Samuel woke up and saw this thing flaming on their floor, they kicked it into the fireplace to try to keep it contained, and the excessive heat from the coals caused the explosion. Whatever caused the explosion, a chunk of shrapnel hit 9-year-old Archie Peyton Samuel, the half-brother of Frank and Jesse, and he died within the hour. Another chunk of shrapnel mangled Zerelda's right hand bad enough that her arm had to be amputated below the elbow. It's questionable whether Frank and Jesse were even home at the time of this attack. The detectives seem to have skedaddled from the area immediately after the explosion, and they never saw either of the outlaws, but from the testimony of the first neighbors to arrive on the scene afterwards, it seems likely that at least one of them was home. This caused a media firestorm. For people who already saw the James brothers as innocent men persecuted by vindictive Unionists, this was gasoline on the fire. For people who were ambivalent towards them, it pushed them towards the sympathetic view, and even the strongest proponents of law and order and the suppression of outlawry had to admit that an attack like this was beyond the pale. Edwards et al. Would portray the attack as a bombing and a purposeful killing of Archie Samuel and maiming of Zerelda. As we've seen, it probably wasn't that, but at the very least, it was absolutely reckless and inept on the part of the Pinkertons to attack the house without warning in the middle of the night, a house where they knew women and children lived. The aversion to directly killing or injuring women and children was maybe the one and only social taboo that was actually maintained throughout the war. Accidentally or not, the Pinkertons had just violated it, with the result that now people largely saw them as worse than the outlaws they were hunting. The Missouri General Assembly nearly unanimously passed a resolution asking Governor Charles Henry Hardin to investigate the incident because there was apparently some doubt as to whether or not it was actually Pinkertons who did it. Former Union General James Shields spoke in the House in support of the resolution and called the attack, quote, "the most cowardly and brutal outrage ever committed in the state," end quote. That's quite the statement, considering the competition. This investigation was done, but the report was never released publicly. Then another investigation in March by a grand jury in Clay County resulted in the indictments of several Pinkerton men for the murder of Archie Samuel, but in the end, no one was ever arrested or charged. Another effect of the incident was to prompt a movement within the Missouri government to grant amnesty to the members of the gang. I'll read from Settle on this. He writes, quote, "In the weeks following the fireball explosion, the buildup of a move to grant amnesty to the James and Younger brothers became evident. A long article in the Chicago Times of February 24th, written by a special correspondent at Jefferson City, Missouri, presaged the introduction of a resolution offering amnesty. It presented a one-sided story of the Jameses and Youngers and argued that the radicals and Jayhawkers had prevented their settling down to peaceable lives after the war, that they had not committed the crimes charged to them, and that the mobbing and murdering of former bushwhackers made it unsafe for them to present themselves for trial. On March 8th, the St. Louis Dispatch presented the case for amnesty in a long editorial. It charged that the failure of the Missouri Constitution of 1865 to provide a means of granting amnesty to ex-Confederates was responsible for the condition of the Jameses and Youngers, who had been educated to desperation by cruelties perpetrated on them and their families during and since the war. They were now hunted only on suspicion. They should be given the opportunity to come home and be honest and peaceful citizens, instead of being hunted like wolves by detectives who are willing to sell their blood for the gold of a paltry reward. An offer of amnesty, the writer argued, would unquestionably be constitutional. There followed shortly in Missouri papers, mainly in the form of letters, an array of argument in the vein to which the people were by now accustomed over the issues of the fugitives' guilt and innocence, the qualities of their characters, and the question of whether they were victims of persecution. It was evident that the bombing had created a climate of sympathy that favored an effort to obtain amnesty. On March 17th, Jefferson Jones of Callaway County introduced in the House a joint and concurrent resolution that instructed Governor Hardin to grant full and complete amnesty and pardon to Jesse W. James, Frank James, Coleman Younger, Robert Younger, James Younger, and others for all acts charged or committed by them during the Civil War, and to offer them full protection and fair trials on charges of crime since the war. Such provisions would remove the discrimination that the resolution said was pronounced upon them by the Constitution of 1865. The wording of two sections in particular is even more important than the proposed amnesty in showing the feeling of those supporting it. Quoting the resolution now. Whereas, under the outlawry pronounced against Jesse W. James, Frank James, Coleman Younger, Robert Younger, James Younger, and others, who gallantly periled their lives and their all in defense of their principles, they are of necessity made desperate, driven as they are from the fields of honest industry, from their friends, their families, their homes, and their country. They can know no law but the law of self-preservation, can have no respect for and feel no allegiance to a government which forces them to the very acts it professes to deprecate, and then offers a bounty for their apprehension, and arms foreign mercenaries with power to capture and kill, and, whereas, believing these men too brave to be mean, too generous to be revengeful, and too gallant and honorable to betray a friend or break a promise, and believing further that most, if not all, the offenses with which they are charged have been committed by others, and perhaps by those pretending to hunt them, or by their confederates, that their names are and have been used to divert suspicion from and thereby relieve the actual perpetrators, that the return of these men to their home and friends would have the effect of greatly lessening crime in our state, by turning public attention to the real criminals, and that common justice, sound policy, and true statesmanship alike demand that general amnesty should be extended to all alike of both parties for attacks done or charged to have been done during the war. Therefore be it resolved, etc. End quote. Now it's worth mentioning that amnesty for acts committed during the war with respect to military law had already been extended to bushwhackers a decade prior to this, so amnesty now with respect to civil law was not in itself seen as a terribly radical step. What was seen as a more radical step was the open praise the resolution gave to the gang members. The main support for it was inevitably going to come from the Democrats, and it did. But remember, the Democrats at this point were a coalition of moderate Unionists and former Confederates and secessionists. The clear pro-Confederate color the resolution had to it was bound to split the Democrats along those lines, and it did. It was still not without support, though. It received 58 ayes to 39 nays, which fell just a few votes short of the two-thirds majority needed to pass it. In addition to prompting major sympathy from the public, another thing the bombing of the Samuel home did was to provoke further violence. A neighbor of the Samuels, Daniel Askew, was suspected of having helped the Pinkertons in the raid, and he was shot dead at his home on April 12, 1875. That murder was never definitively solved. Obviously, the James brothers had a motive, but there are also theories that say the Pinkertons killed Askew themselves, either to shut him up about the raid or to divert negative attention away from their own bungling. Robberies continued apace through the summer. Reports came in from places as far-flung as Clinton, Missouri, Hopkinsville, Kentucky, and Huntington, West Virginia, of robberies committed by either the core members of the gang or other Missouri outlaws associated with them. One of the arguments you'll see in the pro-James papers of the time is that basically other outlaws were capitalizing on the fame of the Jameses and Youngers to provide cover for their own robberies. The extreme version of that argument would have you believe that all of the crimes attributed to the gang had actually been committed by others. That's easy to scoff at, but like all effective propaganda, there is something of a grain of truth to it. At the level of notoriety they'd attained by the mid-1870s, it's true that for any given crime within a somewhat reasonable riding distance of Clay County, it was easy to just chalk it up to the James Younger gang, sometimes on pretty scant evidence. But they definitely weren't the only outlaws operating in Missouri. There were lots of other crimes going on as well, especially closer to the end of the war. The ones I've been telling you about are the ones Settle cites as the most well-attested and well-established to have actually been committed by them and their associates. And this is where that idea of the story looping back on itself really comes into play. Because apparently the James Younger gang had become so notorious by this point that other outlaws and aspiring outlaws were starting to seek them out to team up with them. In the early summer of 1876, a man named Hobbs Carey, a man with no prior criminal record, got the idea in his head to get together with some friends and rob a bank. There's not much information I've been able to find about him prior to the summer of 1876, but he seems to have been from a younger generation than the James brothers. He was born in the early to mid-1850s, which would have made him about 11 or 12 years old when the Civil War ended, and he would have been in his early 20s in 1876. So this is maybe kind of the first hint you get of the James brothers inspiring what would become the next generation of outlaws. Carey made contact with the Jameses and Youngers, apparently through his acquaintance with Bruce Younger, uncle of Cole, Bob, and Jim, and invited them along to join in on the robbery he had planned. Apparently before that robbery could go ahead, though, Carey went along with the existing James Younger gang in a train robbery of their own on July 7th, 1876, near Otterville in Cooper County. This is in central Missouri. By the reports of passengers on the train, this robbery was professionally carried out. No one was hurt or killed, and interestingly enough, none of the passengers were even robbed. The bandits only took $17,000 from the two express company safes on board and scattered. Not long after this, Carey was arrested in Granby, Missouri, after apparently being pretty reckless about flaunting his share of the Otterville loot. On questioning, he cracked. He confessed to the train robbery and named his accomplices, and this is where we get the most complete list of James Younger gang members so far. They were, of course, Frank and Jesse James, Cole and Bob Younger, Clell Miller, Charlie Pitts, and Bill Chadwell. Pitts and Chadwell were going by aliases. Their real names were Samuel Wells and William Stiles, respectively, but I'll just call them Pitts and Chadwell for simplicity from here on out. Author Mark Lee Gardner, in his appropriately titled book, Shot All to Hell, Jesse James, The Northfield Raid, and the Wild West's Greatest Escape, writes, quote, "The press aptly nicknamed Hobbs Carey the Squealer, and he was the James Younger gang's first big mistake. Not only did he tell St. Louis Police Chief James McDonough all about the Otterville robbery, but he furnished details he had picked up about the gang's involvement in other holdups. The train robbery at Gads Hill, Missouri in January 1874, which netted more than $6,000, and the September 1875 robbery of the bank in Huntington, West Virginia, of more than $10,000. Carey cautioned that the gang was very well organized and extremely wary, employing secret grips, signs, passwords, and signals of danger. The easiest part of a robbery, he offered, was the getaway, because the bandits had numerous followers and friends throughout the state. Carey's confession was an incredible coup for the rotund, 69-year-old Chief McDonough, who was in his third stint as head of St. Louis's Metropolitan Police Department. McDonough sported a bushy white mustache and had a reputation for being a little too fond of his liquor, but no one could complain that the chief was inactive. He, or at least his men, had proven themselves to be determined manhunters. They were exactly the type of force the Missouri legislature had in mind when it passed the Suppression of Outlawry Act in 1874 that set aside a state secret service fund to finance a special force to capture the robber band. But McDonough completely squandered his advantage over the James Younger gang, and his undoing was failing to keep the lid on his investigation. News of the arrests of Carey and Bruce Younger splashed across newspaper pages on August 4th, and the names of the men Carey fingered were published just 4 days later. Despite a promise to withhold Carey's full confession until all the robbers were apprehended, McDonough released it to the press on the evening of August 12th, with several newspapers publishing it in its entirety the following day. Some of the detectives complained to the press that McDonough's indiscretions only serve to give the robbers notice and will result in driving them out of the country. Those detectives were dead right. It was plain to the James Younger gang that they needed to get away from Missouri for a time. Money was not a problem. They just had to decide where they wanted to go." End quote. Jesse's customary denial letter appeared in the Kansas City Times in late August, and he wrote, quote, "If there was only one side to be told, it would probably be believed by a good many people that Carey has told the truth. But his so-called confession is a well-built pack of lies from beginning to end. I never heard of Hobbs Carey, Charlie Pitts, and William Chadwell until Carey's arrest. I can prove my innocence by 8 good and well-known men of Jackson County, and show conclusively that I was not at the train robbery. Carey knows that the Jameses and Youngers can't be taken alive, and that is why he has put it on us." End quote. Hobbs Kerry might have been the first mistake the James brothers made when taking on new gang members, but he would not be the last. But for now, like Gardner writes, they had to get out of Missouri. It was the 7 men Kerry named, plus the third younger brother, Jim, who would be involved in the most infamous episode of the gang's career later that same year in September, just when they were at the height of their notoriety. Apparently, Jesse was the one who convinced the rest of the gang to go to Minnesota. The main reason for leaving Missouri was the heat on them due to Kerry's snitching, but the reasons for going to Minnesota were several. First of all, it was far outside their normal range. They'd never gone that far north before. Nobody would expect them to go there, and nobody would be on the lookout for them once they got there. Probably nobody even knew what they looked like. They could have a good time spending the loot from the Otterville train robbery in relative peace, and if the opportunity presented itself, they might even be able to hit another bank and divert attention from their usual stomping grounds in Missouri. But there was another reason that the rest of the gang probably figured was actually Jesse's main reason: a personal vendetta. Samuel Hardwick was a local Clay County attorney who had partnered with the Pinkertons in their hunt for the James boys. He was Alan Pinkerton's contact in Clay County and had been a key figure in organizing the botched raid on the Samuel farm that had killed Archie and caused the amputation of Zerelda's arm. Jesse had been out for his blood ever since, to the point where Hardwick had fled the state with his family to avoid Jesse's vengeance. He moved to St. Paul, Minnesota, and was so confident the gang would never come after him there that he gave his new home address in a letter to the Liberty Tribune. Several members of the gang would later claim to have had misgivings about this trip to Minnesota, but it's hard to tell if they really had them prior to the trip or if they just claimed to have had them after the fact due to how things went down. Cole Younger, for one, was known for butting heads with Jesse a lot, and might have disagreed just because of that. But they departed by train from St. Joseph, traveling north through Iowa and into Minnesota. Their weapons had been updated since their bushwhacker days. Their robbery loot over the years had bought them the state-of-the-art pistols of their day, the .45 caliber Colt single-action Army Model 1873, dubbed the Peacemaker, and the .44 caliber Smith & Wesson Model 3 Russian. These were metallic cartridge revolvers, a significant upgrade from the cap-and-ball Colt 36 Navy of the war years, since they were much faster to reload and more reliable. But old habits die hard, and some of the men still carried 4 to 6 of them, even though it was less necessary now. These days they preferred nickel-plated, ivory-handled pistols. They liked to rob banks in style, and by this point in their careers, they could afford it. On August 23rd and 24th, Jesse and 4 other gang members checked into the Nicolette House Hotel in Minneapolis in 2 separate groups using aliases and claiming to be from Tennessee, Maryland, and Virginia. Gardner writes in Shot All to Hell, quote, "Other than changing their names at the hotel, these outlaws did not seem to care that just about everything about them drew attention. It started with their striking physiques and the confident way they carried themselves. And their dress was different from most anyone you would find in Minnesota. They tucked their pants into knee-high boots, brandished long spurs, and wore Ulster dusters. These unbleached linen dusters did exactly what the name implied. They kept the dust and dirt of the road off one's clothes. But the boys preferred dusters for another reason. The light, loose-fitting garments concealed their heavy six-shooters and ammunition belts. Locals also picked up on the gang's Missouri drawl and quaint speech. The outlaws told people they were grangers, meaning farmers, but their uncalloused white hands said otherwise, as did their vest pockets flush with cash, which they spent freely. One afternoon, they threw money to a poor organ grinder from the hotel's second-floor balcony. The grinder eventually walked away with $8. A week's board cost $5. If all this was not enough, the Missouri outlaws didn't remove their wide-brimmed hats when they entered the hotel's dining room, and they committed several other social faux pas. The hotel managers thought this was all an act and were convinced the Grangers were actually roughs. But they still took the men's money and kept their suspicions to themselves." End quote. The other 3 gang members stayed at the Merchants Hotel in St. Paul. Here's a little anecdote Gardner tells that I just have to read you. Speaking of the outlaws not seeming particularly worried about staying incognito, quote, One warm evening, two of the outlaws, probably Bob Younger and Bill Chadwell, created a stir when a floor manager, noting the stuffiness of the gambling hall, suggested that they remove their dusters. The outlaws readily obliged, but they did not stop with the dusters. They unbuckled their heavy cartridge belts and laid their guns and knives on the table. The arsenal suddenly on display took the manager's breath away, and there were plenty of stares and murmurs from the patrons. But the tension in the room lasted only for a moment. The doors were locked, the guns covered up, and the sounds of shuffling cards and roulette wheels resumed. The game went all night and into the next day, with the outlaws losing $200 to the house. End quote. For whatever reason, Jesse never went through with his plans to assassinate Hardwick, even though he had both his home and business address and reportedly spent at least a few days in the vicinity casing the places. Most likely, he never got an opportunity where he felt like he could kill Hardwick and get away without getting caught. While he was doing that, the rest of the gang was running down their cash reserves having fun, and eventually they started to think about their next score. Since they'd come by train, they didn't have horses with them, so they had to buy some. Once that was done, they spent some time scoping out possible targets in the surrounding towns and looking for good escape routes. The initial target they settled on was a bank in the town of Mankato, about 65 miles southwest of Minneapolis. They planned the robbery for Monday, September 4th, but as luck would have it, a day laborer from Missouri who happened to be in town recognized Jesse, said hello, and called him by name. Oddly enough, this man's name happened to be Charles Robinson. No relation to the Kansas politician Charles Robinson, as far as I know, but it's a pretty strange coincidence. Jesse pretended not to know the man, but Robinson promptly walked into one of the town's 3 banks, told the cashier the James boys were in town and that he better be on his guard. The cashier looked at him like he was crazy, but unbeknownst to any of the bank's employees at that point, Robinson almost certainly saved the bank from being robbed that day. Worried that they'd been made, the gang decided to move on and find another target. The next town they looked at was Northfield, about 35 miles south of St. Paul. While casing the town, they found out a juicy little piece of information that had them settle on Northfield's First National Bank as their target. Gardner writes, quote, "One of the bank's large investors was Adelbert Ames, a Union Civil War general and radical Republican who, until only recently, had been Mississippi's governor. Ames had been derided by Mississippi Democrats as a carpetbagger and despised by Southern whites for his pro-black Reconstruction policies. It did not help that Ames's father-in-law was General Benjamin Butler, the hated former military commander of New Orleans. Southerners knew him as Beast Butler. After the Democrats gained control of the Mississippi legislature in 1875, they initiated impeachment proceedings against the governor for high crimes and misdemeanors. Unwilling to endure what would surely be a very public tar and feathering, Ames resigned and moved to Northfield in the spring to join his brother, an early town settler, and his father in the family flour milling business. Jesse was the ultimate Southern partisan, and he relished the idea of striking a blow for revenge, be it personal or political. He would hit the bank of Adelbert Ames and ride off with grain sacks stuffed with a notorious carpetbagger's money. He could envision the newspapers having a field day with the story, enhancing his notoriety and, of course, feeding his ravenous ego. Northfield had to be the bank they would rob next. End quote. So 3 days after their aborted attempt to rob the Mankato Bank, on September 7th, the bandits rode into Northfield. If any of them genuinely did have misgivings about the raid beforehand like they would later claim, they were well-founded. From the get-go, nothing went right for them, and it started with their very conspicuous presence in town. Prior to this, any time the gang had committed a robbery outside Missouri, it had been in a place where they could still blend in pretty well. It was just across the state line in Iowa or southeast Kansas, for example, or it was in Kentucky or West Virginia, which were still culturally pretty similar to the parts of Missouri they'd come from. But this was Minnesota, a distinctly northern state with its own culture and style of dress. The outlaws stuck out like a sore thumb, and ever since they'd arrived in the state, they'd been having to come up with plausible-sounding stories about what they were doing there. Now they weren't even in the big metropolis of Minneapolis-St. Paul. They were in Northfield, a small town with a population of around 2,000 people. You have to picture these 8 men, clearly from out of town, riding these expensive, powerful, carefully selected horses with brand new saddles in a town where most people were riding around not in the saddle but in horse-drawn carts and wagons. And to top it off, they were all dressed in more or less identical brown linen dusters. So while they rode into town in separate groups trying to be all incognito, it didn't work very well. Everybody noticed them, and people knew they were together. They almost looked like they were in uniform. But about 10 a.m., 4 of them rode in from the south up Division Street. 2 stopped at the First National Bank on the west side of the street, while the other 2 continued on, taking a left at the corner a short distance away and crossing Mill Square, continuing northwest to the bridge over the Cannon River, where they met 3 other gang members coming from that direction. The 2 men left in front of the bank hitched their horses outside and walked in, employing their usual tactic of asking for change for a $20 bill in order to scope out the place and see what they were up against. On this day, there were 3 employees inside the bank: assistant cashier Joseph Lee Haywood, bookkeeper Frank Wilcox, and teller Alonzo Bunker. The outlaws came back out of the bank after taking their look, and the gang spent the next 4 hours milling around town, scoping out the people and escape routes, then regrouped on the other side of the bridge. The plan they decided on was for Frank James, Bob Younger, and Charlie Pitts to go into the bank, while Cole Younger and Clell Miller posted up on Division Street to keep an eye on things, and Jesse James, Jim Younger, and Bill Chadwell waited in reserve around the corner in Mill Square, ready to ride in and start shooting if there was any trouble. Despite their earlier misgivings, none of them were worried. They were professionals. They'd done this kind of thing many times before. Around 2 p.m., Frank, Bob, and Pitts rode across the bridge, followed a few minutes later by Cole and Miller. An abnormally large crowd of people were walking the streets on this day, to the point where Cole commented to Miller as they rode in that he was sure the group of inside men ahead of them would call the thing off and not go into the bank. But they did go in, despite the fact that even before they did, several townspeople watching the suspicious strangers had already guessed what they were up to, including one woman who coincidentally had lived in St. Albans, Vermont, and was there in 1864 when Confederates raided its 3 banks in that first-ever daylight bank robbery in American history. Frank, Bob, and Pitts disappeared inside the bank while Cole and Miller pulled up outside and dismounted. Pretty soon, loud voices could be heard from inside, and the door was open, so Miller stepped in and pulled it shut in an effort to not blow the gang's cover to the people in the street, but the townspeople were already onto them. Almost as soon as he shut the door, Miller had to aggressively shove a curious local back from the door. Another local saw him do it, and instantly both men were running down the street, yelling that the bank was being robbed. Miller popped off a pistol shot over the second man's head, and the fight was on in the street. Next thing you knew, the townspeople were grabbing their own guns from their homes and from hardware stores and gun shops along the streets. They started shooting at the 2 outlaws outside the bank as Cole and Miller mounted their horses again to be ready to ride the second their comrades came back out of the bank. The first man hit was Clell Miller, who took a shotgun blast to the face, but it was birdshot at a fairly long range, so it didn't hurt him badly, just knocked him off his horse. As soon as they heard the shooting, Jesse, Jim, and Chadwell gave the rebel yell and charged from Mill Square down Division Street, firing their pistols as they came. They joined Cole and Miller outside the bank, firing back at the townspeople, but seemingly not shooting to kill. At least at first, it seems the outlaws were trying to discourage the townspeople from fighting them, to buy time for the men inside the bank to finish their work so they could make a clean getaway. The next casualty was Bob Younger's horse, which took a bullet and died at the hitch rail. Moments later, a rifle shot from across the street put Clell Miller down, and he bled out and died right there in the street. When Miller went down, Cole Younger went to check on him and took a bullet of his own in the hip. Then Bill Chadwell was shot off his horse and fell dead in the street. The wounded Cole Younger was able to remount his horse and started yelling to the men inside the bank that they needed to wrap it up and get out of town immediately because the situation outside was going from bad to worse as more and more townspeople appeared with guns at corners and shop windows. Inside the bank, the situation wasn't much better for the outlaws. The 3 outlaws tried to force Haywood to open the vault, threatening him and the other 2 bank employees repeatedly, but he refused and delayed at every turn. At first, he tried telling Frank James that the safe had a timed lock and couldn't be opened at the moment, no matter what he did. It was true that the safe had a timed lock, but it would be set to lock at night when the bank was closed, not during business hours when customers might need access to their cash. Frank was experienced enough to know that and didn't buy the lie. At some point, a scuffle broke out and the teller, Alonzo Bunker, escaped out a back door, taking a bullet in the shoulder on his way, but it was a wound he would recover from. Also during the scuffle, Haywood was knocked over the head with a pistol butt and started bleeding from the head. By this time, Cole was yelling from outside the bank, and Frank realized the robbery was a failure and that they were all going to end up dead if they didn't get out of town right now, so he motioned for Bob Younger and Charlie Pitts to leave the bank, then followed them out. Before he left, he turned and saw Haywood slumped on the floor bleeding from his head. Frustrated at the cashier's stubbornness and defiance, and at the failure of the raid as a whole, he put his pistol to Haywood's head and fired, killing the cashier, then joined the rest of the gang in the street. The outlaws rode out of town the way they came, to the south down Division Street, but not before Bob Younger took a bullet to the elbow of his shooting arm. The only other Northfield citizen killed in the raid was a Swedish immigrant named Nikolaus Gustafsson, shot in the head by Cole Younger on the way out. He actually didn't die right away. In fact, he was able to stand up and walk away under his own power, and for a few days it looked like he might recover. But on September 11th, he slipped into a coma and succumbed to his wound. The whole thing was over in less than 10 minutes, and the 6 remaining outlaws fled on 5 horses, Jim Younger riding double with one of the other men since his horse had been killed, and apparently he either hadn't thought to mount one of the dead outlaws' horses or hadn't had a chance. All 6 men were wounded, except possibly Jesse James and Charlie Pitts. The take from the robbery was only $26.60, all the cash Frank had been able to grab off the desk before he left. As soon as the outlaws were gone, John T. Ames, director of the bank and brother of Adelbert Ames, fired off a telegram to the Minneapolis and St. Paul police chiefs, which read, quote, 8 armed men attacked bank at 2 o'clock. Fight on street between robbers and citizens. Cashier killed. Teller wounded. 2 robbers killed. Others wounded. Send us some men in arms to chase robbers. End quote. As the gang fled, the response from the Minnesotans was like nothing they'd ever seen in Missouri. Minnesota at this time was not a place that was rife with crime and lawlessness like Missouri. People were not used to such brazen robberies happening in their state, and while they may or may not have guessed at first that they were dealing with the notorious James Younger gang, if they did, they would have no sympathy or reverence for them. This was the North, after all. As a result, where Missouri authorities and citizens historically had tended to be pretty lethargic when pursuing ex-bushwhacker outlaws, Minnesotans were not. Ames's telegram got the Minneapolis and St. Paul police forces involved in the chase, forces which filled the role of state troopers when needed, since Minnesota didn't yet have a state police force at this time. More telegrams were sent to all the small towns in the direction the outlaws had fled, letting them know what was coming. Within 3 days, there were at least 500 men combing the vast woods southwest of Northfield. Men ahead of the outlaws formed a cordon line trying to block their escape, while men behind picked up the trail and followed. While a lack of enthusiasm was not one of their problems, the Minnesotans did have plenty of other issues that made their search less effective than it could have been. The biggest one was coordination. We've talked about this before with armies, and these 500 men were much more of a mob than an army. There was no single leader. They were mostly local volunteers of widely varying bravery, ability, and commitment to the task. The quality of their weapons also varied widely, and some were completely unarmed. Some started the chase enthusiastically, only to get discouraged and go home when they didn't see the outlaws right away, and a heavy rain came and turned the ground into mud. Some were twitchy and jumpy enough to flee at the slightest hint of a fight, and since the pursuers had no way of identifying each other, often they fled at the sight of other posses, thinking them to be the outlaws. It didn't help that the leaders of the Minneapolis and St. Paul police contingents, Detective Mike Hoy and Detective John B. Brissett, respectively, really didn't like each other and constantly butted heads. Almost a week later, the outlaws were still at large. The numbers of pursuers gradually declined, and even Detective Hoy had given up and taken his contingent back to Minneapolis. Then news came from Thomas Jefferson Dunning, a local farmer near Mankato, who reported his encounter with men he knew had to be the robbers. They'd been forced to abandon their mounts and were now on foot, hobbling along wounded with Bob Younger still nursing his mangled arm. Dunning came face to face with him the morning of September 13th when he left home to work his cows and was taken captive for about an hour while the outlaws debated what to do with him. Jesse James wanted to shoot him right there to stop him from reporting their position, but Cole Younger opposed the idea, and ultimately they made Dunning swear not to talk, threatened to hunt him down if he ever did, and then released him. But Dunning did talk, and the hunt was back on. By now the word was out that the outlaws were the James Younger gang, and now they had a definite last known location. Telegraph operators got to work, and by the end of the day, over 1,000 men were back in the field searching. By now, this was the largest peacetime manhunt in American history up to that point, surpassed only by the hunt for John Wilkes Booth after Lincoln's assassination. The outlaws audaciously snuck straight through Mankato under cover of darkness that night, even with the town on high alert, intending to pick up the St. Paul and Sioux City Railroad on the other side and follow it out of the state. They were spotted while crossing the rail bridge over the Blue Earth River, and the pursuit continued the next day. After a close shave with Detective Hoy's posse on the 14th, the gang members hunkered down again that night where they argued. The Jameses had favored shooting Dunning, the Youngers had opposed it, and it was now obvious that Dunning had talked and there were more men after them now than ever before. Jesse had never gotten along well with Cole in the first place, and things got a little heated, with Frank and Jesse arguing that they had to keep going overnight and they couldn't do that with Bob wounded as he was, so they'd have to leave him behind. Cole and Jim said they'd never leave their brother behind and that Frank and Jesse would have to split and go on without any of the Youngers. Well, that's exactly what happened. Frank and Jesse went on, and the Youngers stayed overnight to rest. The sixth man, Charlie Pitts, decided to stay with the Youngers. They said their goodbyes and made plans for where to meet in Missouri if they all made it back. A couple days later, Frank and Jesse slipped through the Minnesotans' new picket line. A guard fired at them but missed, and they made it through unharmed. A farmer's report of 2 stolen horses afterwards told the pursuers that the James boys were mounted again, and the hope of catching them was fading fast. Pitts and the Youngers were still completely unaccounted for. The gang was winning admiration even from the Minnesotans chasing them now. The St. Paul and Minneapolis Pioneer Press and Tribune had this to say about the state of the pursuit. Quote, "Here were 6 men hunted by 1,000, in a land comparatively strange to them. Every device was resorted to. Every rod of a vast extent of country was searched. The best detective talent was employed. The best woodsmen were engaged in the hunt. Citizens of every class deserted all else and took up their arms. Yet almost in the face and eyes of eager pursuers, they have passed through the most carefully arranged traps. Such determination, daring, and perseverance was worthy of a better cause, and cannot but evoke the admiration even of those who most desire their extermination. Probably no men were ever more desperately set upon, not more intrepid daring ever displayed by mortals. Houseless, footsore, hungry, and poorly clad, they have passed on, and their miraculous escape excites more wonder than did their daring attempt at robbery." End quote. On Thursday, September 21st, 2 weeks after the botched robbery attempt, the hunt for Pitts and the Younger brothers came to an end. They were cornered and surrounded in a river bottom near Madelia, and like good bushwhackers, they decided that instead of surrendering, they would fight it out, to the death if necessary, in one last attempt to break out and escape. Of the 40 to 50 men on scene surrounding them, only 7 volunteered to actually go into the thicket where they were hunkered down and root them out. These men became immortalized as the Madelia 7. They were James Glispin, sheriff of Watonwan County, where the confrontation took place, Captain William W. Murphy, Union veteran of the Civil War and former POW, Colonel Thomas L. Vaught, another Civil War veteran and owner of a hotel in Madelia where Cole Younger and Charlie Pitts had stayed on one of their scouting trips, G.A. Bradford, B.M. Rice, C.A. Pomeroy, and S.J. Severson. In the ensuing shootout, Charlie Pitts took a rifle bullet in the chest from Sheriff Glispin and was killed right away. The younger brothers opened up with their pistols, exposing their positions, and were immediately hit with a hail of gunfire from the 7 as well as the other 40 or so men in the cordon surrounding them. Captain Murphy was hit with a pistol shot, but the heavy briarwood pipe he carried in his vest pocket saved him, and the bullet didn't penetrate the skin. The younger brothers were not so fortunate. All 3 had already been wounded in the robbery attempt, and all 3 were hit again multiple times. Cole was peppered by buckshot and took 1 bullet that lodged behind his right eye. Bob was shot through the lung. Jim received the most grievous-looking wound, first being hit in the leg and then taking a bullet in the upper jaw that lodged in the back of his throat. Once all 3 younger brothers were down with wounds that probably should have proved fatal, they finally gave it up and surrendered. Their wounds were treated, and they were taken to the jail at Faribault, the seat of Rice County where Northfield was located. They all survived their wounds. They were instant celebrities, and thousands of people filed through the jail to see them over the next few weeks after their capture. Among them were Samuel Hardwick, the lawyer who Jesse James had contemplated assassinating, and Ed Miller, the 19-year-old brother of Clell Miller, who'd been killed at Northfield. The brothers were jointly charged with the murders of Joseph Lee Haywood and Nicolaus Gustafson, assault on Alonzo Bunker, and robbery of the First National Bank. They initially wanted to fight the murder charges, but ended up changing their minds and pleading guilty to all the charges because of a technicality of Minnesota law at this time. The law said that only a jury could hand down a death sentence. If the youngers pled not guilty, they'd be tried by a jury, which would probably find them guilty and sentence them to death. If they pled guilty, on the other hand, there would be no need for a jury, and the judge would hand down the maximum sentence of life in prison. And that's what happened. The youngers were handed life sentences and confined in the state penitentiary at Stillwater, Minnesota. The James brothers' flight across southern Minnesota continued after they split up with Pitts and the youngers. They made much better time with fresh horses and without being encumbered by the badly wounded Bob Younger. They continued stealing fresh horses as they went, dipped across Minnesota's western border into Dakota Territory, turned south directly through Sioux Falls, then continued southeast into Iowa and eventually back into Missouri. The final pursuit was broken off on September 23rd, 2 days after Pitts and the youngers were taken, and the James boys had completed one of the greatest escapes ever recorded in American history. And I'm serious about that. For as much as John Newman Edwards romanticized these outlaws, he was absolutely right about their skill and daring when it came to survival and evasion stuff like this. And it's not surprising that they'd be good at this stuff. They had survived the guerrilla war as bushwhackers, and that alone is an indication of skill. And not only that, but they'd then gone on to have a decade-long career as bank robbers after the war without ever getting caught. What made the escape from Northfield impressive even by their own standards is the fact that in most, if not all, of their previous robberies, the James boys had been in or near familiar and friendly territory, among people willing to aid and harbor them. That was not the case in Minnesota. They'd never been that far north before, never been anywhere near that deep and pure Union territory before, and there was nobody along that route who'd be willing to aid or protect them. And yet they made it out. Settle writes, quote, "The success of the people of Northfield in frustrating the gang was not due to any advance warning. It has been thought that the band simply erred in attacking a northern bank. The implication here is that in the South, the people were not enough concerned over lawlessness to make the same effort at capture as the citizens of Minnesota. Cole Younger, however, blamed the gang's failure partly on the fact that shortly before the robbery, the 3 men who entered the bank had, without his knowledge, drunk a quart of whiskey. Certainly the robbery lacked the precision common to other raids of which the Youngers were accused, but to some degree both the bungling and the opposition they encountered in Northfield were accidental. The circumstances gave the citizenry an advantage over the bandits that was not enjoyed by the people in other towns whose banks had been raided. To the acting cashier Haywood, who, through his devotion to duty, upset the whole schedule of action in the bank, considerable credit is due. Off to a bad start, the success of the robbery was further imperiled by the death of Chadwell in the street, for upon him the desperadoes depended to guide them out of Minnesota. With a wounded man on their hands in a strange territory, they had little chance of escaping. Then, too, the inhabitants in the area turned out to hunt the robbers more enthusiastically and more generally than had the citizens of any community in Missouri. End quote. The Northfield raid marked the end of the James Younger gang as it existed prior to 1876. 3 members were dead, and 3 more were in prison. Bob Younger would stay in prison until his death of tuberculosis in 1889. The remaining 2 younger brothers were paroled in 1901, having served almost 25 years of their life sentences, and apparently being model inmates the whole time. On October 18, 1902, Jim Younger committed suicide by shooting himself in the head, apparently despondent over the bleak future the terms of his parole allowed him. His suicide note read, quote, "All relations just stay away from me. No crocodile tears wanted. Reporters, be my friend. Burn me up. Jim Younger." End quote. Not quite 4 months later, on February 4th, 1903, Cole Younger was granted a full pardon on the condition that he never returned to Minnesota. He accepted it gladly, and at age 59 returned to Kansas City to live out the rest of his days in his home state. To their dying days, all 3 younger brothers would vehemently deny that Frank and Jesse James had anything to do with the Northfield raid. I guess sometimes there really is honor among thieves. Jesse James was silent after the Northfield raid. No letter from him appeared in any papers, and he and Frank laid low for a while, recovering from their wounds. By all appearances, they took about a 3-year hiatus from crime after Northfield, which makes sense given that they'd lost most of their gang there, so they'd have to either recruit new members or rob banks on their own. Jesse's silence didn't stop the usual media firestorm from happening, though, as all the papers scrambled to print their commentary on the Northfield raid and chase. And St. Louis Police Chief James McDonough was eager to catch the James boys himself now that they were back in Missouri. So eager, in fact, that a squad of his men arrested the wrong man when they raided a house in Independence on October 14th. In a wild coincidence, a random guy named John Gooden just so happened to have a bullet wound in his right leg almost identical to the one Frank James took at Northfield, after accidentally shooting himself while squirrel hunting. He was staying at the home of an Independence doctor being treated. Somebody reported this to the authorities since they were on the lookout for a man with such a wound, and McDonough's men raided the house and arrested Gooden, thinking he was Frank James. Settle writes, quote, "The confusion about the identity of Gooden points again to one of the factors that enabled the James brothers to evade arrest. Actually, the descriptions of participants in crimes who were believed to be Frank and Jesse had, through the years, been wildly inconsistent as to height, weight, shape of face, and color of hair and whiskers, except that usually at least one man had sandy whiskers. In most instances, the descriptions had been formed only after a fleeting look and in highly excited circumstances. That law enforcement officers could not obtain descriptions that would make the bandits easily identifiable seems incredible, but the records indicate they could not. Both notorious gunmen moved about in complete freedom throughout Missouri and in other states." End quote. Crime continued in Missouri over the next 3 years, but there's no solid evidence to tie the James brothers to any more robberies until October 1879. Settle writes again, quote, "The 10 years that elapsed between the bank robbery at Liberty on February 13, 1866, and the holdup of the train at Otterville on July 7, 1876, must be regarded as a period for which much of the fact cannot be separated from the fiction. For the years from 1876 to 1882, the task of the fact-seeker is easier, although the Jameses' success in hiding themselves and their families was complete. Between 1876 and October of 1879, their reputations occasionally caused them to be suspected when a robbery occurred, and their names were, then and later, connected with some far-flung adventures, but no evidence points to them during this period. Stories of the men and their families between 1876 and 1879 abound. Writers of the early histories of the James Band gave wild and romantic accounts of their living on the Mexican border. There they rescued beautiful maidens from abductors, fought cattle rustlers and horse thieves, engaged in a profitable cattle trade, or lived quietly with their families. The origin of these tales is unknown, but they were repeated frequently without credit to any source. No evidence has been found to show that they were anything other than the products of prolific imaginations. One man wrote of recognizing two prominent Texas cattlemen, the Thompson brothers, as Frank and Jesse James in the summer of 1876. In 1878, he recognized the same men at Leadville, Colorado, where they were engaged in robbing stages. Another report had them spending 6 months in 1879 in the region around Chaffee, Colorado, under the names of Tom Smith and Billy Green. There they worked, prospected, gambled, drank, and fought as other miners did. In May of 1879, a telegraphed report to Eastern papers from Omaha told of Frank James encamped with a band of cowboys and deserters from the Army in the Wind River country of Wyoming, north of the Union Pacific Railroad. The Liberty Tribune branded this story "Humbug Big," and so the tales went. End quote. The next crime realistically attributed to the James brothers was a train robbery outside Glendale, Missouri on October 8, 1879. In this bloodless robbery, an indeterminate number of armed men took the signalman hostage and forced him to stop the train, then took cash from the safe in the express car. Earlier reports put the take at anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000, and the number of robbers anywhere from 15 to 30 men. Settle says the numbers for both the amount stolen and the size of the gang decreased with later reports, but if the gang had anywhere near 30 men, this was a considerably larger gang than the Jameses had ever worked with before, and it reflects some significant changes in the gang itself as well as the political climate of Missouri in the late 1870s. The first significant change is that this new gang must have been made up almost entirely of new recruits. Necessarily so, since every man in the original gang besides the James brothers themselves was either dead or in prison. There may have been an odd man here and there that the gang worked with prior to 1876 who didn't make the trip to Northfield, but it's definitely true that the core of the original gang was made up of the Jameses, the Youngers, and the 3 men killed in Minnesota. The important thing about these new recruits is that on the whole they were not ex-bushwhackers. They were largely from a new generation of men, too young to have actually fought in the Civil War themselves, although they were largely Missourians who had still experienced the guerrilla war as children. Remember, Jesse James was 16 years old when he joined up with Bloody Bill in 1864, and he was among the youngest of the bushwhackers. These new recruits were younger than that, some of them by a decade or more. As such, these men did not bring the same first-hand bitterness into the post-war world as Frank, Jesse, and the Youngers did. Since the very first episode of this series, I've talked about the many different motivations you can see among these prairie freebooter types, motivations ranging from ideology to personal gain to adventure to pure sadism, and we've talked about how oftentimes multiple of those motivations can exist together within the same man. Well, I think it's safe to say that by the time this next generation of outlaws was joining up with the James brothers, their motivations were trending toward the personal gain and adventure side. While they may have still had traumatic experiences during the war and felt some bitterness toward the Union, there's got to be a different flavor to that when it wasn't you personally involved in the fighting. And this change in the makeup of the gang was symbolic of the second big change going on around this time. Even in Missouri, people were starting to leave the war behind them. 1865 was almost 15 years in the past. And after the Democratic resurgence of the 1870s, this image of the James brothers as Confederate avengers resisting the iron fist of radical republicanism maybe didn't play so well anymore. John Newman Edwards seemed to be aware of this, and his response to the Glendale train robbery was to deny the James brothers' involvement completely and claim that they'd put the past behind them and were living with their families peacefully and privately outside Missouri for the foreseeable future. Settle writes, quote, Edwards' belated alarm for the Jameses had sound basis, for in the 3 years between the robberies at Northfield and Glendale, attitudes toward bandits had changed, and there is evidence that the press now strove to arouse public sentiment to demand their capture. Mistreatment after the Civil War because of Confederate allegiance could have no relation to this robbery. If the James brothers were involved, they had chosen deliberately to renew their banditry for money and adventure. Nor was there evidence that new recruits to the gang were former bushwhackers or were even connected with the Confederate cause. Interest in the capture of the bandits rose. End quote. In 1880, Democrat Thomas T. Crittenden was elected governor of Missouri. He made it his mission to put an end to the lawlessness that had plagued the state since the war, and in his inaugural address he said, quote, "We should let all know that Missouri cannot be the home and abiding place of lawlessness of any character. No political affiliations shall ever be evoked as a means of concealment of any class of lawbreakers, but when crime is committed, pursuit and punishment will be inflicted under the forms of the law without fear, favor, or affection." End quote. On July 15, 1881, the gang robbed a train on the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific Railroad. This was near the town of Winston, about 65 miles northeast of Kansas City. In something of a departure from the normal MO of train robberies, instead of forcing the train to stop somewhere along its route, the robbers actually boarded the train in Kansas City as normal passengers, then stationed themselves at strategic points and took control of the train as it was in motion. In an act that was considered particularly cruel, as the conductor William Westfall was walking down the aisle collecting tickets, one of the outlaws stood up behind him and told him to put his hands up, then before he could even respond, shot him twice in the back, killing him. Another passenger, Frank McMillan, was also killed by gunfire from several outlaws in this part of the train. Another group of outlaws forced the engineer to stop the train, while two of the men from the group who'd shot McMillan went to the express car, beat another railroad employee with pistol butts, took his key to the safe, and then made off with the safe's contents. It's not known which member of the gang killed Westfall in such a sudden and unexpected manner, but from the descriptions of him, it could have been Jesse James. It was also rumored that Westfall had been the conductor on the train that took the Pinkertons to the Samuel house before their attack in 1875 that killed Archie and maimed Zerelda, which would have maybe given Jesse some revenge motive, or it could also be a story cooked up after the fact to justify the murder. Settle doesn't say how many men were involved, but witness reports did mention at least 3 men who would become regular fixtures of the reborn James gang: Ed Miller, little brother of the dead Clell Miller, Jim Cummings, and Dick Little. This robbery, and especially the murders of Westfall and McMillan, drew criticism from the newspapers of a kind the James boys hadn't seen for a long time. Edwards was still defending them, but he was decidedly in the minority now. The Kansas City Journal wrote, quote, "We are not going to charge the democracy of Missouri with being responsible for the late robbery and murder on the Rock Island Road until we learn exactly who committed the daring outrage. If it shall turn out that the James boys or any of their old gang had a hand in it, then the Democratic Party of this state is responsible, for had it not been for sympathizing friends, all of whom are Democrats, the whole gang would long since have been caught and made to pay the penalty of their crimes. Such outrages as that at Winston are liable to take place in any state. They have occurred in Minnesota, Iowa, and Kansas, but unfortunately for the good name of this Commonwealth, the perpetrators were all Missouri Democrats." End quote. A new state constitution passed in 1875 prohibited the Missouri government from offering any reward greater than $300 for the arrest of any given fugitive. But later in July, Governor Crittenden made an end run around that law. He got together with officials of the railroad and express companies operating in Missouri and got them to put up cash for a reward of $5,000 each for Frank and Jesse James. Now, the James boys had had prices on their heads ever since the Gallatin robbery, all the way back in 1869, but generally speaking, those rewards had been smaller and offered by local authorities, officials of the institutions they'd robbed, or associates of the men they'd murdered. This price from Crittenden and the railroads showed an escalation in both the amount of the reward money and the level of government that was offering it. Settle writes, quote, "For the governor of a sovereign state to seek the financial assistance of railroad and express companies to suppress lawlessness as Crittenden had done was, to say the least, unusual, and public reaction varied. The reward proclamation provoked many statements of condemnation, and while no outright disapproval has been found, friends of the James brothers, foes of Crittenden, and perhaps some cranks could find in it grounds for criticism. Even John N. Edwards did not object to the offering of a reward for the apprehension of the robbers, but he thought it unjust to point to the Jameses by name when there was indubitable proof that for years they have been leading quiet lives. End quote. The gang struck another train on September 7th at a place called Blue Cut in Jackson County. This robbery was back to the normal M.O. They piled logs on the track to force the train to stop, then fired guns in the air to scare the passengers while they entered the express car and forced a railroad employee, H.A. Fox, to open the safe. The safe didn't have enough in it to satisfy the robbers, and they proceeded to beat Fox almost to death with pistol butts before walking down the aisles and robbing over 100 passengers of their valuables. One new member of the gang who participated in this robbery was a young man named Charlie Ford, the second biggest mistake the James brothers ever made in choosing recruits. Later that month was when Crittenden's efforts to capture the James brothers really hit full stride. Settle writes, quote, "In July 1880, an unlettered countryman named Tucker Bassam from a family of Quantrill men had been arrested and charged with participation in the robbery at Glendale in 1879. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 10 years in the Missouri Penitentiary. In March 1881, William Ryan, alias Tom Hill, was arrested in Tennessee and returned to Jackson County to answer charges for the same robbery. William H. Wallace, the new prosecuting attorney, persuaded Governor Crittenden to pardon Bassam to testify against Ryan. Occurring in Jackson County, near the greatest stronghold of sympathy for the James boys, in the latter part of September 1881, was the first real test of efforts to break up the band of outlaws. In Jackson County, east of the city limits of Kansas City, was a heavily wooded area of several square miles, known as the Cracker Neck. Many of its male inhabitants were former guerrillas, and the area had long been considered a refuge of the James Band. Glendale and Blue Cut were in its bounds, and it had been the home also of the Shepherd brothers, Bassam, and Ryan. Residents of the Cracker Neck crowded into Independence for the Ryan trial, evidently to intimidate all who were to have a hand in convicting Ryan. Wallace and his associates in the prosecution, John Southern, were threatened. Witnesses were warned against appearing. Employees of the railroad company refused to give testimony, and an attempt at rescue was expected in case of conviction. When excitement was highest, Governor Crittenden rushed from Jefferson City to Independence and was reported to have dispatched large supplies of guns and ammunition to the scene. Bassam testified that, in April 1879, Ryan had come to his place and had suggested that he was a fool to work, for easier money could be made robbing trains. Bassam replied that he was not interested. Bassam's lack of interest did not deter Ryan from returning in October, 2 days before the robbery at Glendale, accompanied by Clell Miller's brother, Ed. The two men told Bassam that Jesse James was to lead a group in the robbery of a train on the Chicago and Alton Railroad, and that he had ordered Bassam to participate. At the appointed rendezvous on the night of the robbery, Bassam testified, he met Jesse James, Ed Miller, Dick Little, Bill Ryan, and a man named Bob, identified by later confessions of members of the James Band as Wood Height, who rode with Bloody Bill Anderson in 1864. Bassam, who was unarmed when he met the group, was given a shotgun and a revolver, both of which he recognized as belonging to acquaintances not in the group. Thus armed, he had helped rob the train. Jesse and Ed Miller, he testified, were the men who had entered the express car. When the loot was divided, Bassam's share was $900, and Jesse warned him not to attract attention in spending it. Bassam's testimony was sufficiently corroborated by circumstantial evidence to cause the jury to find Ryan guilty and to sentence him to 25 years in prison. During the trial, Tucker Bassam's home in the Cracker Neck was burned, and afterward he received so many threats to his life and property that he moved from the area without leaving information as to where he was going. While many considered his treatment and other incidents surrounding the trial disgraceful and indicative of the outlaw's large following in Jackson County, the Kansas City Times boasted that the conviction of Ryan vindicated the county of charges that it sympathized with the outlaws. Prosecutor Wallace later claimed that the verdict convinced many people who had until this time been afraid to talk that it was safe to offer information about the bandits. The tide was surely turning against the outlaws, from Missouri's former Confederate soldiers and convention at Moberly passed a resolution endorsing Governor Crittenden's efforts to end lawlessness in the state. End quote. By early 1882, the new gang was starting to fall apart. It seems Frank might have started to see the writing on the wall and increasingly distanced himself from the gang's activities. Meanwhile, Jesse was increasingly paranoid and suspicious of just about everybody. Sometime in the winter of 1881 to 82, he murdered Ed Miller on suspicion that he was about to turn state's witness like Bassam had. Gang member Dick Little became worried that Jesse was about to do the same thing to him as he'd done to Miller, so he left Jesse and went to hole up with Charlie Ford at the home of Ford's sister, the recently widowed Martha Bolton. Also there was Charlie's younger brother, Robert Ford, a new member of the gang who hadn't been on board in time for the Blue Cut train robbery, but who would go on to become the biggest mistake Jesse ever made in choosing new recruits. While Little and the Fords were at the Bolton house, Jesse's cousin Wood Height showed up, and then promptly ended up dead. Apparently he'd gotten into some kind of argument with Little, probably over the affections of the widow Bolton, and Little killed him, with assistance from Bob Ford. Well, this was too much for Dick Little. He'd already been worried that Jesse was suspicious of him, and now he'd killed Jesse's cousin, and besides that, there was always the possibility that any member of the gang could turn informer and rat him out, so he preempted them and turned informer himself first. He surrendered to the Clay County Sheriff on January 24th in hopes that he could be protected from Jesse, as well as maybe get some kind of deal by informing on the other gang members. I'm reminded now of how I made that comment earlier about how there sometimes can be honor among thieves, when I was talking about the Youngers in prison keeping their mouths shut about the James brothers to their dying days, despite the fact that they'd have had nothing to lose and possibly a lot to gain by ratting them out, despite the fact that Cole, by all accounts, had never gotten along with Jesse all that well, and despite the fact that the whole country pretty much knew the James brothers were in Northfield anyway. Well, the situation of the gang in early 1882 was the polar opposite of that. At this point, it almost seemed like a soap opera of backstabbings and betrayals, and it really shows you how far they'd come from their glory days as ex-bushwhackers. With maybe one or two exceptions, with these new gang members, the James brothers didn't have anything like the bonds of brotherhood formed in war that they'd had with the Youngers and Clell Miller. This is how Gardner puts it in his book, Shot All to Hell. Quote, "The new gang was nothing like the old one. Its size and makeup varied over time, but the young scamps Jesse scrounged up had not fought with Quantrill or Bloody Bill. There were no bonds forged in fire. And they sure as hell could not be counted on to give their lives in the street while waiting on a man in the bank." End quote. Unlike Little, Bob and Charlie Ford decided to try their luck with Jesse even after Wood Height's murder. They hid the body and covered up the crime and stayed in contact with Jesse as he made plans for another bank robbery at Platte City in the spring. The authorities kept Little's arrest under wraps and didn't leak it to the press until March 31st, so Jesse wouldn't have known what had happened to Little or Height. Also around March 31st was when the Ford brothers moved into the St. Joseph home of Jesse James, his wife Z, and their 6-year-old son, also named Jesse. Jesse had been living in St. Joseph since the previous November under the alias Thomas Howard, moving around freely in public since his face was amazingly still not well known outside of his inner circle. Unbeknownst to Jesse and his family, Bob Ford was in direct contact with Governor Crittenden, and had been since at least early March. His brother Charlie had helped him gain Jesse's confidence for the purpose of taking him out and collecting the reward money. What followed on the morning of April 3rd was a famous scene which has been depicted in probably too many movies to count over the years. After the family ate breakfast, Z and little Jesse busied themselves with cleaning up the kitchen, while Jesse and the Ford brothers went to the living room, probably to discuss the Platte City robbery they had planned for the next day. And the story goes that Jesse took his gun belt off, then noticed a picture on the wall that looked like it needed to be straightened or dusted, stepped up on a chair to do it, and at that moment, Bob Ford drew his pistol and shot Jesse in the back of the head, killing him with a single bullet. Z was horrified. All indications are that little Jesse, at that time, had no idea who his father was, may not have even known his real name. Imagine being him, knowing your father as Thomas Howard for the first 6 years of your life, only for him to be killed almost right in front of you, and then to find out later that he was actually the most notorious outlaw in American history. The Ford brothers fled the house and ran straight to the telegraph office to let Crittenden know the deed was done, and the word spread fast that Jesse James was dead. A lot of people didn't believe at first that it was really true, which isn't surprising given how many false rumors of Jesse's death had flown around over the years. For anybody who knows about Elvis Presley impersonators and JFK conspiracy theories, it should come as no surprise that there have been many of those around the death of Jesse James, too, including many theories that say he wasn't actually killed in 1882, and many more people over the following decades have claimed to be him. The last known one of those was in March 1950, a date which would have made Jesse 102 years old if he were still alive. But eventually the body was positively ID'd by independent parties, using the 2 bullet scars on his chest from 1864 and 1865, as well as the missing tip of his left middle finger, as identifying marks. One of the many items of controversy in the Jesse James legend would be the exact nature of the arrangement between Bob Ford and Governor Crittenden. Of course, Crittenden never would have admitted openly that it was an actual hired hit job, even if that were the case, and it's not even known how much of the reward money the Fords ever saw. I'll read from Settle again on this. He writes, quote, Crittenden, Clay County Sheriff James Timberlake, and Kansas City Police Commissioner Henry Craig denied that they knew of Jesse's presence in St. Joseph and of Ford's intention to murder him, although they admitted that they knew Ford was with Jesse and intended to betray him. Further, Bob Ford made a statement that exonerated them. Whatever the arrangement with Ford, Governor Crittenden stood by the 2 brothers. A grand jury at St. Joseph indicted them for murder in the first degree. On April 17th, they entered pleas of guilty and were sentenced to be hanged. Crittenden received the news of the sentence by telegraph, and that afternoon granted them a full and unconditional pardon. Was it the prospect of the reward that had motivated Bob Ford to kill Jesse James? Probably. How much reward did he get? Governor Crittenden boasted in his autobiography that the proclamation of a reward accomplished its purpose in less than 1 year at a cost not exceeding $20,000, not 1 cent of which was drawn from the state. However, he never revealed to whom the reward money was paid, other than the Fords, nor is it known how much they received. A part of the total undoubtedly went to those who apprehended Ryan. Some believe that Crittenden himself took part of the fund provided by the railroads, that others like Craig and Timberlake got a share, and that the Ford brothers' part was meager. The search for the true story of the distribution of the reward is one of the elusive but intriguing pursuits of students of the James legend. If the newspapers are to be believed, Crittenden, in his desire to get the credit for the killing of Jesse James, showed poor judgment. The Post-Dispatch quoted him as telling a reporter after the killing, "People have no idea how much trouble I have had in getting my men to work together and keep at it. My great point in the whole business has been secrecy. My success has been entirely brought about by keeping quiet and not revealing my information before I had effected my purpose." He also boasted that he had no excuse or apology to render for his part in the affair, and he expressed the belief that the Fords deserved credit, not abuse, for the assassination. End quote. Frank James was informed of his brother's death by a headline in the New York Herald later in April. At that time, he was living under an alias in Lynchburg, Virginia, with his wife and son, evidently making a genuine effort to give up the outlaw life and go straight. But Jesse's death brought home the realization for Frank that he wasn't really safe, not even in Virginia, and he never would be as long as there was such a big price on his head. Even though his face wasn't well known, his name was nationally famous, and all it would take was one slip-up, one person to find out who he really was, and someone could come shoot him in the back of the head to collect the reward money. His wife testified that for a long time he'd been noticeably on edge, always looking around him wherever he went to make sure no one was sneaking up on him, and hearing about Jesse's death only intensified that paranoia. He was almost 40 years old now, not a kid anymore. and he decided the only way to free himself of this fear was to turn himself in and submit to the law. Frank got in touch with John Newman Edwards back in Missouri, who acted as a go-between for negotiations with Governor Crittenden on the terms of his surrender. It's not known what the agreement was exactly, other than the guarantee of a fair trial, but it seems that one of the foremost worries in Frank's mind was the possibility of being extradited to Minnesota and tried for the Northfield raid, and it's thought that Crittenden gave him some kind of assurance that he wouldn't allow that. The arrangements were made, and on October 5th, 1882, in Jefferson City, Frank James turned himself in to Governor Crittenden in a scene that appears deliberately crafted to look like the surrender of a defeated general to a victorious one. Since Edwards was involved, the possibility of the scene being theatrically crafted seems almost certain, and it's even thought that Edwards coached Frank on exactly what to say when he met Crittenden. On October 4th, the night before the surrender, Edwards and Frank arrived in Jefferson City together, spent the night at the McCarty House Hotel, then spent a leisurely morning and afternoon exploring the city before walking into Crittenden's office around 5 o'clock that evening. The office was full of reporters and other government officials when the two Confederates walked in. Edwards said, quote, "Governor Crittenden, I want to introduce you to my friend Frank James." End quote. Then, after the manner of a formal military surrender, Frank took off his gun belt, handed it to Crittenden, and reportedly said, quote, "Governor Crittenden, I want to hand over to you that which no living man except myself has been permitted to touch since 1861, and to say that I am your prisoner." End quote. The rest of 1882 and most of 1883 were taken up with legal proceedings surrounding Frank's outlaw career. He was indicted for multiple charges from the last 15 years, but the prosecution faced serious problems, such as statutes of limitation, which meant he couldn't even be charged with a lot of the early robberies. And even for the charges that didn't have statutes of limitation, like the murders, the problem was simply finding evidence and witnesses. The only charge Frank actually ended up being tried for that year was the murder of Frank McMillan in connection with the Winston train robbery from 1881. Settle writes amusingly about the appearance of the old Confederate General Joe Shelby as a defense witness for Frank during this trial. Remember, Shelby was an old friend of Edwards from the war, so the connection there is obvious. Quote, "Shelby's appearance as a witness was a highlight of the trial. He entered the courtroom inebriated. Unable to find the witness chair, he was helped to it, and then he demanded to see the court. Judge Goodman was pointed out to him, and the general greeted the judge and expressed a feeling of goodwill toward him. It was clear that if Shelby could have found some way to get to Goodman, he would have shaken hands, but the expression on the judge's face intimated that it was well for the witness to defer the formality. Shelby then inquired, after surveying the room, where the jury was. When he located it, he bowed in a friendly manner and settled himself to answer questions. The cavalry commander did not remain settled, however, for soon he identified Frank James. Rising, he asked the court's permission to shake hands with an old soldier, but was refused. He argued with prosecutor William H. Wallace on the cross-examination and applied uncomplimentary epithets to Dick Little. The judge threatened him several times, and John F. Phillips insisted that because of Shelby's condition, the questioning should be stopped. But Shelby did not want to stop. Upon the completion of his testimony, he asked again for permission to shake hands with James and was again refused. So, as he left the room, the general nodded at the accused and said, "God bless you, old fellow." On the next day, Shelby again appeared in court and apologized to Judge Goodman for his conduct on his previous appearance, but he made it clear that anything he had said about Wallace stood. Goodman reprimanded Shelby and fined him $10 for contempt of court. Despite the general's behavior in court, the appearance of one of the best-loved heroes of Missouri's ex-Confederates as a witness did the cause of Frank James no harm. End quote. He mentions Dick Little there. Little was a witness for the prosecution, and since the pro-James crowd already saw him as a traitor to the gang after he'd turned himself in to escape Jesse, this didn't exactly help his reputation. Since the actual evidence and witness testimony was pretty scant on both sides, in a way the trial became more of a referendum on the role of bushwhackers in the war than an actual determination of Frank's guilt. Settle writes again, quote, If one ignores the florid oratory and considers only the evidence, it appears that the only direct statement of Frank James's participation in the robbery and murder was that of Dick Little, a convicted horse thief, accused murderer, and traitor to the band, who was trying to evade the punishment his crimes deserved. No one else testified that Frank James was the man who killed McMillan. The statements about his being the man who visited Daviess County in the days before the robbery were conflicting. On the other hand, James's alibi was extremely weak and was substantiated only by members of his family. Faced with this evidence and instructed to acquit if any reasonable doubt existed as to the guilt of the defendant, the jury could easily justify an acquittal. After 3½ hours of deliberation, it found the defendant not guilty. Quoting the St. Joseph Gazette now, "At the sound of the words 'not guilty,' the defendant embraced his devoted wife, and then one loud, prolonged sound of applause marked the closing scene of the great drama. There were many in the audience, however, who were sorely disappointed with the verdict." End quote. The legal and political machinations surrounding Frank James's charges are complicated, and I won't go into all of that here, but ultimately, all other charges he could have been brought to trial for in Missouri were dismissed. The only other charge he was ever tried for was the March 1881 robbery of a paymaster in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, but he was acquitted of this too when it was found that no witness could positively identify him as one of the men who committed the robbery. Upon his acquittal in Alabama in 1884, he was arrested once again by Missouri authorities and brought back to Cooper County, ostensibly to be tried for the 1876 Otterville train robbery just prior to the Northfield raid, although it's widely believed this arrest was a sham meant to prevent the possibility of Minnesota authorities getting a hold of him while in Alabama and taking him to stand trial for Northfield. He was promptly released again upon his return to Missouri, and the charge was officially dropped in 1885. There remained some lingering concern that Minnesota authorities would try to extradite Frank James, especially with the end of Crittenden's term as governor and uncertainty as to whether the next governor would allow such an extradition. Crittenden's term ended with his administration being widely criticized from all quarters, from the pro-James side for his involvement in Jesse's assassination, and from the anti-James side for his handling of the legal processes involving Frank. In 1884, the Democratic candidate for governor won by a narrow margin over his Republican opponent, ensuring for the foreseeable future that Frank James would not be extradited to Minnesota. That Democratic candidate was another former Confederate, John S. Marmaduke, who, among other things, had been, alongside Shelby, a division commander under Price in his 1864 raid into Missouri. Edwards went to see Marmaduke early in his term and spoke to him about Frank James, and shortly afterwards, in a letter to Frank, reported on the meeting. Quote, "At last I can write to you with the most perfect confidence and assurance. I have just 5 minutes ago left Governor Marmaduke, after a long, full, and perfect interview. This is almost exactly what he said. Tell Frank James from me to go on a farm and go immediately to work. Tell him to keep away from every sort of display, like that Moberly business. Tell him to keep out of the newspapers. Keep away from fairs and fast horses, and to keep strictly out of sight for a year." We talked further and had a great deal of talk which I will not write, but will repeat to you in detail when I see you. Now, Frank, I think you have perfect confidence in my judgment and my knowledge of men, and I here say to you that under no circumstances in life will Governor Marmaduke ever surrender you to the Minnesota authorities, even should they demand you, which I am equally well satisfied will never be done. Now you know all. You are as absolutely safe as if you were the governor himself. Never mind what any alarmist or busybodies say to you. Trust me. I tell you that you are a free man, and can never be touched while Marmaduke is governor." End quote. Frank James lived out the rest of his days in peace, drifting around, working various jobs, and oftentimes lending his famous name as a selling point to the businesses where he worked. When Cole Younger was pardoned in 1903, he and Frank started up the exciting-sounding but unsuccessful Great Cole Younger and Frank James Historical Wild West Show, and although that shut down pretty soon after it opened, James and Younger remained close friends for the rest of their lives. Frank died an old man in 1915, and Cole followed a year later in 1916. Now, we've talked about the James legend and how it influenced the latter part of Frank and Jesse's outlaw careers. It's shown in the way their story intertwined with Missouri politics towards the end. The effort to catch them specifically was a major political issue in the careers of Crittenden and many others. In some ways, they'd been the dominant issue in the state for a decade and a half, and that's why Crittenden apparently collaborated with Bob Ford in some manner to bring Jesse down. Without the legend, they never would have had the kind of political influence they did, and political factors came back around to influence the way Jesse died and the way Frank surrendered. And the legend didn't end with the end of their outlaw careers. It was just getting started. Jesse's body was barely even cold before traveling theater troupes started performing plays dramatizing the gang's exploits. Ballads were sung, plays were performed, books were written, of both the historically grounded and the fantastical varieties, including the late 19th century dime novels that almost deserve a whole series of their own to explain. Oral tradition repeated itself all over Missouri, and eventually in the 20th century, dozens of films were made that either focused on him primarily or involved him as some kind of side character. John Newman Edwards may have had his own political and ideological motives for telling the story of the James brothers and the Bushwhackers in general in the way he did, but it's worth considering that the legend grew far beyond Edwards himself, maybe beyond anything he could have possibly imagined even. The people who picked up that story, ran with it, and have retold it over the last 150 years are far too numerous to even list, but they come from all walks of American life, and each one comes along with his own motivations and purposes for doing the telling. When that kind of a thing happens, it's because there's something underlying it all that goes beyond any individual's ideology or motivation. I believe there's some underlying truth about the society this is happening in, and possibly even about the man behind it all, Jesse James himself, that's being expressed through the myth. To trace the development of the legend and the way it's been told over the years is a topic I couldn't possibly do justice to in a single episode, but I will read a longer passage from Settle here in the second to last chapter of his book, where he develops this comparison of Jesse James to Robin Hood. He writes, quote, "Perhaps the apogee of the Robin Hood view is the crediting of Jesse James with the original widow's mortgage episode so often told of outlaws. It has many versions, but the essentials are these. Jesse and his band have just made a haul, perhaps from a train, perhaps from a bank. They stop at the farm home of a widow and ask for a meal. Sometimes the widow is a young and attractive mother. Often she is older. Frequently she is the wife of a former Confederate comrade in arms. There's little food in the house, but she provides the visitors with the best she has. As Jesse is paying for the meal, he sees tears on the widow's cheeks. Inquiry reveals that a mortgage on her home and farm is to be foreclosed that afternoon by the banker of a nearby town. She has no money to meet the payment, and no place to go after the inevitable foreclosure. The amount owed varies with the versions from $300 to $3,000. Whatever the sum, Jesse provides it, and the weeping widow, reluctantly accepting the money, is warned to recover the note and mortgage when she makes payment. The men depart. In a few hours, the pompous banker drives up, alights, and walks toward the door, greedily viewing the property that soon will be his. But to his astonishment, the money is ready for him, and he has no choice but to release the mortgage. This he does, and he starts the return trip to town a bit bewildered. As he jogs along in his buggy a mile or two away from the farm, Jesse suddenly steps from behind a tree and at gunpoint robs him of the money, plus his watch and chain for the trouble. The Robin Hood pattern has been fulfilled to perfection. A poor woman's property has been rescued from the clutches of the rich banker, with money stolen from a rich corporation, railroad company, or bank, and the money recaptured for use in further illegal acts of justice. Robertus Love, widely known St. Louis newspaperman, repeated this story in the mid-1920s and said, "I believe it most implicitly," adding, "I for one shall continue to applaud his achievement. There was pathos in it. There was chivalric sentiment, there was simple human tenderness, and there was humor." Mawkish though Love's appraisal is, he spoke for the multitude. The incident may have occurred, but certainly not repeatedly in all the locales attributed to it in Missouri, Tennessee, Arkansas, and elsewhere. Yet not many years ago, Settle was writing in the 1960s, remember, One had only to mention Jesse James in rural Missouri for a native to begin a story with some phrase like, "My grandpa told me," "Back when I was a boy," "My grandma knew a man who," or "Over in Dry Creek Holler." The tale would inevitably end with Jesse relieving the Shylock of the widow's mortgage money. Most basic in the Robin Hood tradition is the heroes robbing the rich to give to the poor. The widow's mortgage story, or some tale closely similar, is as old as that of Robin Hood. As applied to Jesse James, it is nebulous. The same is true of the stories about his gifts to the poor. In all the voluminous material that pertains to Jesse James and the James Band, evidence of specific acts of generosity toward the poor, even with funds stolen from the vaults of banks and safes of express cars, is practically non-existent. Yet the impression that Jesse James robbed the rich and gave to the poor lives on. Evidently, the band in its travels did often avail itself of the hospitality that characterized rural living, and its members usually compensated their hosts at least adequately. The gang made such stops, it is known, in their retreat from Gad's Hill. Their liberality during this particular flight after a crime was of some importance, no doubt, in the growth of their reputation for generosity to the poor. Although there is little evidence that Jesse was any more the leader of the band than Frank, except in the robberies of the reorganized band starting in 1879, Jesse has become the central figure in the legend. His alliterative name undoubtedly is partly responsible for his prominence in the annals of banditry. The fact that he was killed through treachery in his own band at the peak of his career, after the officers of the law had failed for 15 years to apprehend him, contributed to his fame. Thus, the circumstances and the time of his death added stature to his reputation in the reverse world of crime. In the same view, Frank's quiet and peaceable life after his surrender damaged the halo that surrounded his head in his years as a bandit. Jesse escaped that decline of reputation, and it is he who holds permanent eminence in American folklore as the American Bandit. End quote. The James legend originates from the Civil War and is inextricably tied to it, but it also transcends the war. It taps into the mythological. Jesse James is a character who can reasonably be mentioned alongside other icons of American folklore, such as Paul Bunyan, Johnny Appleseed, and John Henry. In a lot of ways, the idea of Jesse James as he exists now in the popular imagination is to the Civil War as the character of Odysseus is to the Trojan War. As we wrap this series up, and I sort of take stock of where we've been, I stand by what I said in the first episode, that there are no heroes in this story. But I also realize that's only half true. When I said that, I meant it in the sense of people who showed real virtue, not just competence in their field of endeavor, but real Christian virtues like justice and temperance and charity. And I still think we haven't seen anybody like that in this story, with the one exception of John Barrow, who died to save his wife from rebelling slaves. I'll also give a mention here to certain women of Lawrence who performed similar heroics during Quantrill's raid. But there's more than one sense of the word hero. I have this impulse, which I'm fully aware of and which I've tried to temper somewhat as I've told this story, to sympathize with the Confederates in this story much more than with the Unionists, especially Unionists of the radical abolitionist variety. One reason for that is I'm a Confederate sympathizer in general. I do think the Confederacy was on what I'll call the less wrong side of a war that didn't need to happen. I don't think that explains the impulse fully, though. John Newman Edwards liked to portray Jesse James and the Bushwhackers as Arthurian heroes in the medieval chivalric tradition. But what I've realized is that they're not really Arthurian heroes, they're Homeric heroes. The Homeric hero is not a straightforward good guy. And I understand that Arthurian heroes are complicated too. I don't mean to imply that they're one-dimensional good guys either. But at least in the popular imagination today, when you think of King Arthur or Sir Lancelot, you think of a dashing, virtuous knight, right? Homeric heroes are much more ambiguous than that. You can't read the Iliad and come away thinking Achilles is some sort of white knight, defending the downtrodden and rescuing fair maidens. Achilles is prideful to the point of arrogance. He's reckless. He can be cruel. He's also a true force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, and he's not without his virtues, although not necessarily possessed of Christian ones. This is true of every major character in the Trojan War. Hector is probably the most virtuous one in the sense we would think of virtue, but even he has a fatal flaw of pride that leads to his downfall. Odysseus gives a surprisingly apt comparison to Jesse James. He's a trickster figure. Not exactly an outlaw, but you can imagine that if he'd existed in a world with a more established legal system above him, he might have been one. He was famously responsible for the idea of the Trojan horse, which allowed the Greeks to get inside Troy and sack the city, which resulted in a slaughter that was horrific even by the standards of the ancient world. His first trick was an attempt to avoid going to Troy completely by pretending to be insane, and then after the war he used his wiles on his many adventures and his efforts to get back home and reunite with his wife and son. His tricks could be downright cruel sometimes, like when he spoke to his elderly father after slaughtering the suitors, but still in the beggar disguise he'd used to reclaim his home, when he really didn't have any practical reason to still be disguised, and for a while he allowed his father to go on believing that he was dead, even while tears streamed down his father's face. Jesse James also occupies that trickster role, at least in the legends, just as Robin Hood does. And he even kind of fills that role in reality, even though you maybe don't have anything quite as vividly detailed as the widow's mortgage story that you could actually verify. There's no way Jesse could have gone as far as he did in the line of work he was in if he wasn't highly skilled at trickery and deception. One thing that I find about Homeric heroes in general is that no matter what their vices are, even when they're doing truly horrific things, there's almost always something in them that I can't help but admire. For Achilles, it's his warrior spirit. For Odysseus, it's his resourcefulness and intelligence. I find myself feeling the same way about bushwhackers, even ones I've called psychopaths like Bloody Bill and Archie Clement. I think there's a sense in which John Newman Edwards was actually right when he said the men of the James Younger gang were bad citizens because they lived outside their ideal time. I just think he should have maybe gone a little further back than the Knights of the Round Table. Now, you can say if you want that the reason I or anyone else feel this way about bushwhackers is that we've been handed down an idealized story of them, that we're just buying into maybe like a light version of the story told by John Newman Edwards and other lost causers. And maybe we are. But again, I'd like to remind you to consider why that story exists. To think it was just fabricated out of whole cloth for political reasons would be a mistake. Settle makes the point about the ballads sung about Frank and Jesse James that they helped form the Robin Hood image, but they were also influenced by the Robin Hood image themselves. There's the story looping back on itself again in this kind of iterative process. Was the Robin Hood story influenced by the politics of the time it originated in? Absolutely. But it also took influences from the previous iterations of the story, as well as the real events that really happened at that time, and at the root of it all, there was a set of real men of such a nature that it was possible to craft this image of them. If the James Younger gang had been ruthless torturers of women and children wherever they went, for example, then there's no way the same story would have been told. I talked about this all the way back in the first episode of this series, but as a general rule, we Americans are way too quick to shove people and events into a simple black and white dichotomy. We like our historical figures to be simple heroes or villains, either all good or all bad. I've been guilty of this too, by the way. If you're thinking about my portrayal of John Brown in the earlier episodes right now, I don't think I'd blame you. Maybe I should have been more sympathetic to him, along with any number of other Jayhawker and Unionist figures. I like the way a friend of mine put it. He said, quote, "Americans like reducing a very complicated issue into a simple dichotomy and will froth at the mouth demanding blood over it." End quote. I think that's true. You saw it with the Sacramento squatter riot that Charles Robinson was involved in. You see it before the war with the radical abolitionists and the most vehement proponents of slavery and secession. And you still see it today with the types of people who think some drastic change in the structure of society needs to be made right now by any means necessary, and make anybody who stands in the way for any reason their mortal enemy. People are more complicated than that. And historical narratives are more complicated than that, too. I don't think the reality of Jesse James is a mythological Robin Hood, although he has occupied that position in American folklore and still does to some extent. In my mind, he, and other bushwhackers too, are more Odysseus-like characters. I'm reminded of something another friend of mine once said about Odysseus during a discussion on the Odyssey. He said, "I'm not sure whether to love him or hate him, and for that reason, I love him." The boundaries around things in history are often much more blurry than textbooks make them appear. The textbook time frame of the American Civil War typically goes from the bombardment of Fort Sumter on April 12, 1861, to the surrender at Appomattox on April 9, 1865. Maybe if you want to be generous, you'd extend it until after the surrender of the Western and Trans-Mississippi Confederates over the next couple months after Lee, or if you want to be really generous, count it as the surrender of the CSS Shenandoah on November 7, 1865. We put these boxes around things for the sake of simplification and ease of reference, but the reality is never that clear-cut. This is true for any historical event, especially wars. For the Civil War in particular, the further you go from the national political centers in Washington and Richmond, the blurrier the war's boundaries get. If you asked a Missourian about when it started, they might say it started with the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 and the subsequent influx of Northerners led by the Immigrant Aid Society. A Kansan or a Missourian might tell you it started in 1855 with the Wakarusa War, or in 1856 with the sacking of Lawrence and the Potawatomi Massacre. Certainly anybody who experienced the raids across the border by Jayhawkers and border ruffians from 1857 to 60 would think it's silly to say that wasn't Civil War just because Fort Sumter hadn't been shelled yet. The end of the war is even blurrier. If you ask a Missourian, they might say the war didn't really end until the elections of 1866. They might say it ended with the breakup of the James Younger Gang at the Northfield raid in 1876, or the end of Reconstruction in 1877. They might say it didn't end until the death of Jesse James and the surrender of Frank James in 1882. And maybe it didn't even really end then. In his last chapter, William Settle cites a book called A Dynasty of Western Outlaws by Paul I. Wellman. I haven't read this book, but if Settle's summary of its thesis is accurate, then it argues that there is an unbroken lineage of outlaws and criminals that can be traced from Missouri bushwhackers to organized crime decades after the war. Quantrill had his peak in 1863, then Bloody Bill Anderson led a splinter group from Quantrill's organization throughout 1864. After he was killed, Archie Clement, Jim Anderson, and Dave Poole led a remnant of his band through 1866. Then the James brothers picked up the torch from there. Settle says of this book, quote, "It is the story of the outlaws of Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma, from Quantrill's raid on Lawrence to the Union Station massacre in Kansas City on June 17, 1933, led by Pretty Boy Floyd. Wellman's thesis is that the American Civil War, as all wars, bred crime and criminals, and that out of its dislocations grew a wave of lawlessness that through successive generations perpetuated itself in a dynasty of outlaws. In Pretty Boy Floyd, seeds sown in war and kept alive through various bands of outlaws were harvested." End quote. Around the turn of the century, surviving veterans of Quantrill's band, the same guys who'd burned Lawrence in 1863, were starting to hold reunions. By that time, this was already a pretty common practice for regular units on both sides, but the war on the Kansas-Missouri border had been something different, and a lot of people in Lawrence got pretty outraged about this sometimes. The first one of those was in 1888, which Quantrill's mother apparently traveled from Ohio to attend, and then after a hiatus, they took place every year from 1898 to 1929. In 1905, one of the organizers of these reunions received a letter from an anonymous Kansan, which said, quote, "I would suggest that you hold your next annual reunion at Lawrence, Kansas, and join with the members of the 7th Kansas Cavalry in celebrating Quantrill's last raid across the Kansas border. I assure you that Jennison's Jayhawkers would be exceedingly glad to meet Quantrill's men over in Kansas and talk over old times with them. If you still have any fight left in you and desire to settle old scores, We will be perfectly willing to bring our trusty old carbines along and join you in a little match, just to let the natives see how we whipped thunder out of you way back in the 60s. A little scrap of this would be a mighty big drawing card for the reunion and would add considerable ginger to the occasion. The grandchildren of those whom Quantrill murdered at Lawrence would be present and would no doubt enjoy the fun hugely." End quote. Nothing ever came of that, and nobody ever found out who wrote the letter. Meanwhile, Lawrence raised a monument to those killed in the massacre in 1895, which can still be seen to this day, by the way. In 1913, survivors of the massacre gathered in Lawrence on August 21st, the 50th anniversary, to commemorate the dead in an event not entirely different from one of the Quantrill reunions. Symbolically, the war continues even to this day. The sports rivalry between Kansas University in Lawrence and Missouri University in Columbia has been known as the Border War since it started in the late 19th century. The Kansas mascot is the Jayhawks, which is a pretty obvious reference, and the Missouri mascot is the Tigers, after a Missouri Home Guard unit that defended Columbia during the war. The first iteration of this was a football game in 1891, less than 30 years after the end of the actual border war, well within living memory. Early on, it was common for veterans of both sides to attend as fans, and into the 20th century, this was happening right alongside the Quantrill reunions being held. Well into the 21st century, students from both schools have referenced events from the border war in things like T-shirts worn at the games and signs held up in the student sections. As recently as 2017, the Kansas football team has introduced a uniform with red pants explicitly as a tribute to the Kansas Redlegs. Even beyond the symbolism of sports rivalries, some would say the war still continues to this day and that it won't really end until the society that it left its mark on comes to some settlement about what it all meant. And make no mistake, there is no such settlement among Americans today. People who try to tell you that there is, in my experience at least, are usually trying to sell you their own preferred narrative. I mean, you can see evidence of the disagreement over the meaning of the war every time there's a new controversy over some Confederate monument somewhere. There is a regime-approved version of the story, to be sure, but regime-approved and agreed upon by Americans generally are very different things. Having the blessing of the regime and mainstream academia does not suddenly make a narrative true or correct, and it doesn't even necessarily make it preferable, unless you start with the presupposition that mainstream academia is a source of truth, which, well, I don't, and I don't really think anybody else should either. History isn't really about the past. It recounts events from the past, but fundamentally, I think it's a type of collaborative storytelling, and its purpose is for a collective of people, usually a nation or a city or an ethnos, to make sense of and draw meaning from the events of its past, ultimately to make sense of itself in the present and future. In that sense, history is more about the present than the past, and it's probably more akin to mythology than we normally like to think. There's another book I read for this series which I haven't referred to yet, called The Ghosts of Guerrilla Memory: How Civil War Bushwhackers Became Gunslingers in the American West, by Matthew Christopher Holbert. Now, I don't particularly like this book because it's a work of historiography. The subtitle makes it sound like it's going to be about ex-bushwhacker outlaws in the Old West, like Jesse James and maybe some lesser-known ones too. But it's not that. It's actually a story about the portrayal of the border war in pop culture and historical media, and how our cultural memory of it has developed in the century and a half since it ended. I explained earlier why I'm not a huge fan of that. Even though I don't particularly like this book, though, the most useful thing I think it does is to frame the historiography of the border war in terms of memory. The story about a story that it's telling is about the competition over how the border war will be remembered collectively. I think that's appropriate because history is very much like a collective memory. And collective memory is hard for the border war. I mentioned a while back that the type of warfare going on in Missouri and eastern Kansas defies storytelling in a way. Since we got into the era of the Civil War proper, I've focused a lot on major bushwhacker figures like Quantrill, Anderson, and the James brothers, and also brought in more conventional military and political figures like Lane, Price, and Ewing, because a story needs characters. These are the guys who were involved in a leadership capacity in the most famous, or infamous, events of the Border War, but it would be a mistake to think that these men in particular represent the totality of the picture. Missouri was a seething cauldron of chaos during the war. Thousands of people with names lost to history, with little or no connection to the well-known bushwhacker and jayhawker figures, lived and died in this time of blood and dying, as Josie Wales puts it in his movie. They lost homes, lost family and friends, lost their lives, and they also took those things from their own neighbors. As one example, there's a somewhat well-known bushwhacker we haven't talked about at all in this series, a guy by the name of Bill Wilson. He operated in the Ozarks in south-central Missouri, so he had no connection to the major players in this story, but he's most notable today for being the real-life historical figure that Josie Wales was based on. At the end of the movie, when the people of Santa Rio are covering for Josie and hiding his identity from the Texas Rangers come to hunt him down, they call him Mr. Wilson, a tribute by the filmmakers to the real historical figure he was based on. But the real Wilson is only one example of probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of men that we know very little about who at one time or another fought on their own hook without ever being involved with the larger, semi-organized bushwhacker bands. Their experiences, as well as the experiences of the general population of Missouri, are particularly hard to form a cultural memory about, especially when compared to the war back east. That war was defined by battles in which tens of thousands, sometimes upwards of 100,000 men were gathered together in one place, sharing this relatively well-defined collective experience. Even in sieges like the ones at Vicksburg, Atlanta, and Richmond, you have a city's worth of people gathered together in fairly close proximity, all in contact with each other, and able to hash out together after the fact what happened and what it all meant. But in Missouri, people were isolated. Their war was defined not by large-scale battles and sieges, and for the most part, not even by relatively large-scale events like Osceola, Lawrence, and Centralia, but by much more close-up, isolated, and intimate violence. A man whose name will never be known, with loyalty to who even knows which side, bushwhacked while riding down the road to see his neighbor because somebody got suspicious. A widowed mother with young children, left homeless when her house is burned by some gang of men wearing blue who may or may not actually be loyal to the Union. A teenager who loses everything he's ever known in some raid, takes to the bush, and only hopes to take a few of the enemy with him before he too is killed. These are not experiences that can be easily collected and assimilated into a cultural memory. And the efforts of various people to form and define such a cultural memory of the border war over the decades since is what Holbert talks about in his book. The Civil War is a unique tragedy in American history, not just because of the unprecedented number of lives it destroyed, but because of the ongoing divisions it promoted. It both exacerbated old divisions and created some new ones, some of which persist in new forms to this very day. On an individual level, the way you remember your past tells you about who you are now. And it's no different on a national level. The conflict over our national memory of the border war and of the Civil War as a whole still goes on. So what are we to take from this little slice of America's greatest national tragedy? Well, I don't have any profound lesson or moral of the story for you, but what I will leave you with is what Brigadier General John B. Sanborn of Minnesota had to say about it. He said, "If there is anything of value to a future age to be learned, it is that there exists in the breasts of the people of educated and Christian communities wild and ferocious passions, which in a day of peace are dormant and slumbering, but which may be aroused and kindled by war and injustice, and become more cruel and destructive than any that live in the breasts of the savage and barbarous nations."
I don't believe that story about Josie Wales.
You don't?
No, sir, I don't. I don't believe no 5 pistoleros could do in Josie Wales.
Maybe it was 6. Could have even been 10.
I think he's still alive.
Alive? No, sir.
I think I'll go down to Mexico to try to find him.
And then?
He's got the first move. I owe him that. I think I'll try to tell him the war is over. What do you say, Mr. Wilson?
I reckon so. I guess we all died a little in that damn war.